It's 2 o'clock.
Thanks, Maxie. Right on time.
Yeah.
Well, kind of, sort of. It's supposed to happen at 1. Are we live? Greetings. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Mages, here with LVX 777. Today we're going to be talking about, hopefully, because we go all over the place, chapter 2 of The Art and Practice of Kabbalah Magic. The reason I say hopefully is because, we got a lot to talk about and there's a lot of stuff going on. Greetings to everybody here. But I was just on here with Stuff Dog and we were just talking about some pretty awesome stuff, just about, just being behind the veil and being ahead of the curve, right? Being in this at the crest of this wave, and from what I've studied with the occult, what it looks like to me reality and the spiritual reality. And we know just from study and even from listening to Bobby Hemmett and different teachers, we know that this universe A or universe B or whatever he called it, this pre-realm is the prototype realm, and this is where everything begins. And that realm filters down into the physical, right? And this is where we have things that happen. So everything in the physical realm is actually an after effect, an afterthought. I think Brother Panic said that this place was an afterthought of an afterthought. Marilyn Manson said that this is just a copy of an imitation. All these things are pointing to the nature and the relationship of these realms. But Stuff Dog, if you don't mind, would you mind telling that story again as far as like your grandma? We were talking about just being behind the veil and how this has happened before. You felt this before.
Yeah, man. Me and Travis just talking, man, and I was telling him about my mom.
Excuse me, your mom.
Yeah, it's my mom. My mom is like, to explain my mom, she is a Christmas nut. She loves Christmas. Her garage is filled with shit from Christmas of past, and she keeps acquiring new things. So one year, and she makes things also for Christmas. So that's one of her things. That's just her time of year when she's the most happy. She just loves that time of year, and she makes things for Christmas also, because she decorates her house. Every single room is decorated with Christmas shit from the top to the bottom. So she made these burlap bows, like big burlap bows, to go on the back of her dining room chairs, because she needed something to go with the decor that she put out, the Christmas decor. She chose burlap, and she tied these big old bows on the back of the chairs in the dining room of her house. And she asked me how they look. I was like, Mom, those are dope. I was like, yeah, that's clean, because she made it, and we go through that Christmas or whatever, she gets all the compliments, because we do a big tour of homes during Christmas time too, because my family is big into Christmas. They love that time of year. So they do a tour of homes, and everybody was giving her all the compliments on the bows or whatever, telling her that was a great idea. So we go through that year, and the next year we always go Christmas shopping with her, because that's one of the things that she likes to do. So I always go with her, and we see that they have mass produced these same bows to go on the back of dining room chairs. Yeah. Like it was never, they didn't have it the year before, but this year, for some reason, they got these bows that you can just go and buy and just literally just put over the back of your chair. You didn't have to tie it. You didn't have to do any of the shit that she had to do to make hers, because she made hers from raw material. They were just mass produced. And I was trying to explain to her, because she loves Christmas so much, and a lot of people may get triggered by this, but that's her shit. Because she loves Christmas so much that she is behind the veil, so to speak, or ahead of the wave of the next shit that's coming out. And I was trying to tell her that if she just takes these ideas that she has, because she has them every year, she always makes something, and she just puts it out, that she would be on the same level as the people that she goes and buys most of her shit from. I was like, she could be a creator instead of a mostly consumer, because she likes it and she loves it so much that her ideas are what's trending the next year. You know what I'm saying? And it's crazy. It's crazy. You know what I'm saying? And I've been trying to get her to do this for years, because I mean, that's just one of the stories that I have. She makes all these little like reindeer figurines out of like sticks that she finds in the woods and shit like that. She do a lot of shit around, like that's when she gets energy in Christmas time. Like the rest of the year, like you can't get her to do nothing. But Christmas time, she got all of the ideas in the world. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I was just telling Trav that story because that's one of the times that I've seen behind, that somebody was behind the veil of like creation. It was like in the causal realm, I guess you would call it. You know what I mean? I guess that's what you would call it. You know what I'm saying? Her mind is tapped in. And if she would just take that, and if she could just take that, if she could, because a lot of us don't have the means to do it, you know what I mean? But if she could bottle that, she could blow up.
I think you said something crucial there as well. You said that she loves Christmas so much that she's tapped in. She's tapped in, almost as if she's right there at the source in the center of the energy or the essence or the egregor around that concept, to where she's kind of receiving the data before it hits everybody else. I think that's a key thing to understand there.
Yeah, I like that, you know, because that is, I mean, she's a super Christian.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? And Christmas is her thing, you know what I'm saying? That's when she feel closest to her Lord. And like you were saying, that could be because she has this faith and all of that she is that much closer to the source than somebody else that maybe don't have it like she got it. You know what I mean? But yeah, she is tapped in, and I've been telling her this for years. You know what I mean? But you know, it only amounts to her in her house, and it's laid every year. But getting it out there and stuff like that has been a little bit harder for her. She really don't have the energy for that, you know. But she loves it.
That's awesome. I think that's an amazing example, right? And of course, I gave my example of how, like, and I kind of mentioned this before in the video that I did yesterday, how years ago when I was so into music, I wasn't like a hip hop head, or like I wasn't into any particular genre, but I was so into creating. Like I was so immersed in this passion for creating music and making art, and I was doing it because I wanted people to enjoy it. Like I wasn't doing it because I wanted to be rich and I wanted to be this popular celebrity. Like I literally wanted to just make music for a living, and I wanted people to enjoy it. And I was so tapped into that I would receive these different melodies and these different tunes. And I was mentioning the stuff I mentioned before, like the type of music that I was doing, I would say that it was ahead of its time, because within the past like 10 years, 5 or 10 years, I've still been hearing the same essence of stuff that I was making in the past. And I even mentioned how there was one point, I was getting into all that purple drank and shit. And I had this one lucid trip where like these little gnomes were coming up out the ground, and they were like singing these melodies. And I was like just capturing these melodies, what I'm saying, humming them into my phone and like putting them into my keyboard, and made like a whole album based off of these melodies that I got. And I'm telling you, that same vibe that I had back in 2008, I've heard it echoed so many times in a lot of these different artists. Like at first I was getting mad because I'm like, these motherfuckers are copying me, but I understand now. I was a little bit ahead of the curve. You know what I'm saying? I was tapped in to like what stuff is saying here as far as like being behind that veil, getting so close to that essence of a thing that you receive those emanations before the rest of humanity. And these are just examples. Like I mentioned, like I'm not talking about how special I am or even how special Stuff's mom is, but like some of us, through our love, devotion, our passion, we get so tapped into something that we get the meat of it before everybody else. And the whole reason we brought this up is because of the study that we're conducting here behind the scenes that we're really getting into. I'm feeling it again now. And I mean, are you not as well, Stuff?
Yeah, I can concur. I definitely feel that I'm behind the, the veil. So many things have happened that kind of confirm it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's crazy, but it's a great feeling to realize it. You know what I mean?
It's a great feeling to share it, because the example that I gave before, it was just me. Literally, nobody else understood. But to be here now and like for you, you brought it up. I didn't bring this up. You brought it up. So like that's just exciting just to kind of feel that, you know what I'm saying? This is real. It's making a change in the people around us. You mentioned your sister. What are the chances? This is
What
stuff
are
that
the
we're not
chances?
telling anybody about. You know what I'm saying? Yet it's popping up in other people's lives as well. Something's going on.
There is definitely something in the air, man. And I can feel it, and it is exciting, and it just makes you want to keep going.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, it just makes you want to keep going because you just want to know what's around the next corner. It's not even looking for an end. I stopped doing that because I realized there is no end to this shit. You know
Right.
what I'm saying? There is no end, but looking around the next corner because there are different paths to take. There are different, there are things hidden around the next corner. You want to get to the meat of that. And it's just super exciting to have confirmation that you on the right goddamn path.
Yeah. Yeah. Spent many years feeling lost and wandering around in circles. So when it hits like this, it's a great feeling.
Yes, sir.
I'm not even
Yes,
gonna
sir.
front and trip. Like I'm somebody who hasn't felt lost and felt like I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Hell, I felt that way recently. You know what I'm saying? But the point is we keep going. That's what makes us different from everybody else. A lot of people give up in those wilderness times, but it's that passion, it's that dedication, it's that focus that keeps you pushing towards the goal. You know what I'm saying? Regardless if things are confusing, regardless if you don't feel like you're getting anything done, regardless of all that, the dedication keeps me going. Like I'm never going to stop. Regardless if my body falls apart, I'm not going to stop what I'm doing. I don't care who blocks me, who deletes me, kicks me out of a group, whatever. I'm literally manifested into this realm to do a specific job, and there is nothing that can stop me. That's how dedicated I feel about this. And I think it's because of that dedication, it magnetizes what I need to continue. I think
Definitely.
that's how we operate.
Yeah, that's how this thing is built. Um, and it's I mean, I think a lot of people have kind of realized that, there are keys to this reality, you know what I mean? But it's all mental though. You know what I mean? There's nothing you're gonna find out there.
Yes.
You gotta find out how to manifest these things on your own plane of existence where you are. You know what I mean? And that's why, like we were talking, these things are shooting up, man, because the information is in there, on how to, you know, cognize these things on your level and
Yes.
make them work for you. You know
Yes.
what I mean?
That's the difference between the authors and the teachers and the manuscripts that we're getting into now versus all the rest of this so-called occult information available. Like it, it's okay to write books about Kabbalah and the Goetia and these different things, but what these same authors realize is if you don't have the keys to make them work, these books don't mean nothing. So yeah, they could sell you all these other books, and they can even you know, make it $100 or whatever. But if you don't have the keys to work it, you're just reading literature. So the keys, you'll notice the keys are the ones that the price hikes up to $37,000 after they hear that some YouTuber's talking about it.
Right.
That's a lot.
Right.
Whoa, slow down, Bucko. Slow down.
Yeah. Because that's what I've noticed a lot. All of the other stuff we read is just the philosophy on it, but they don't give you the actual work and knowledge of it. You know what I mean? It's just philosophy. And they I guess this is how a lot of teachers I guess this is how a lot of teachers teaches, they give you the philosophy and they want you to go meditate on it and figure out the how to.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But like you were saying, the literature that we're getting into now, they give you so much more of the how to, and they don't even concern themselves. I won't say they'll concern themselves, because they do mention some of the philosophy, but most of this stuff that we read is about how to work the shit, and I love it. You know what I mean? Because the way it's packaged is for the West. It's for a Western mindset. It's for our culture. You know what I mean? And they take all of the fluff out of it. I mean, not fluff, but all of the stuff that because there are reading the stuff like Durana Darshan. There is a language barrier there. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? You have to get up on the vocabulary. I mean, the stuff is in there too, but you have to be up on the vocabulary. And they do a good job of translating it in those books, but I just noticed with these other ones that we read, it's like built into the system.
And I want to touch on that also, as far as the West versus the East. Real quick, greetings to everybody in the chat. And greetings. Thank you so much, Society Ejects. I just put up my fundraiser page, the GoFundMe for the app. Society Ejects, you're the first one to donate as soon as I launched it. I appreciate you, bro. He went ahead and supported me with $200. So I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I'm going to put the link here in the chat for you guys if you, if you want to go ahead and support this app. But special shout out to you, Society Ejects. Thank you. But yeah, as far as the East versus the West, like, oh my gosh, it's so much, and we started picking up on the scent. That's how you can tell that we were really doing this research, because we're starting to connect these dots that have been in front of us, but I've never heard anybody connect these dots before. So I don't know if that's because they're not really doing the research like we're doing, or maybe it wasn't meant to really be exposed until now. But you notice, just to kind of do a little quick timeline, between like 1880 and the early 1900s, like 1908, like that little span of time, that's when this stuff really came into the Western scene. Before that, nobody was really talking about the occult like this. It was, if they were, it was extremely private and secretive. Extremely. The literature was like extremely coded. You couldn't decipher it. You know what I'm saying? But in the 1800s, Madame Blavatsky, she went to India, right? She came back with the secret doctrine. You know what I'm saying? She came back with the Theosophy Society and all this different stuff. And that's what really opened the West's eyes to this type of thing, those who could understand. Now, what really kicked it off was Woodruff, Arthur Avalon. When he went to India, he came back with the serpent power. This was in the 1900s, and that kicked it off. That was the first time, Western society and white folks at large really got a hold of this thing called Kundalini and chakras and all that hot shit. And I say specifically, white folks, because at the time, these are the people with the money and who ran the politics and whatnot. So when that information started to circulate, secret societies began to become founded around that stuff. And we began to have people who were trying their best to really mine for the gems. The people involved with the Golden Dawn and these different magical orders, they were all spending time in India. They were all spending time in Egypt. They were all spending time in the Middle East and Afghanistan, trying to figure out what these ancients knew. And what they were coming to figure out is that the mindset of the East was extremely different than the mindset of the West. Their lifestyle differences were so vast that it just wouldn't make sense for a Westerner to do some of the stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like a Western person, and we have a Western mind now, so I can say us. We're not suited to sit down and meditate all day, every day. We're not suited to eat like the Indians eat. We're not suited to do the things that they do. And furthermore, on a spiritual level, if the activation of the etheric body and the alignment with the astral body and the higher self, if that's not done properly, it can actually cause damage. So what the big work of these European secret societies was to take that information and translate it and transform it and transmute it so that the Western mind can adopt these things and acclimate to this process and get the activation of the spirit. The way that Bobby Hemmett put it was, you know, they were trying to do the work of activating their soul. That's how Bobby Hemmett put it. That's not how I put it. But he had a point there. You know what I'm saying? He's going in a specific direction. But yeah, the Western mind is just configured and suited in a different way than the East. So we needed these secret societies to kind of process and digest this information into a way that we can use it for our lifestyle.
Definitely. Because it's just cultural things that they teach coming up. You know what I'm saying? Like the way that they eat, being able to be flexible enough to sit in the lotus position.
Right.
You know what I mean? Those kind of things that, you know, we as because you say, like you said, we are Westerners. We do have the European mindset here in the West, being dark-skinned people, but we don't grow up culturally like they do, because it's set from, you know, from childhood. You know, they put them through these, you know, eating a Satwik diet. Right. You know what I mean? Those kind of things are just foreign to us over here in the West. You know what I mean? So I like the way that these things are formatted, because it's a lot more ingestible for me. You know, I can't speak for anybody else, but for me, definitely.
And see here, so this is leading in a certain direction. You feel me? This is called evolution. So we got, and I mentioned before, I said that we're here in the West, so we've adopted a Western mind. But guess what? Ethnically, we're not that, right? So in a way, our bodies biologically are designed to be like the ancient ways, but our minds have been constructed in a Western way. So it's almost as if what we have over here right now in today's time is the best of both worlds. So what it seems to be is that the ancient philosophy from the East, from India, from Sumeria, and from Egypt and Africa, that lifestyle was the incubator and the keeper of the ancient mysteries. Then, after that began to fade into obscurity, into the subconscious of the human race, here comes the Western mind, takes over the world, civilizes the world, quote unquote, and takes this information and readjusts it for the Western mind. But now we have a people of Eastern body and Western mind who's able to really utilize this science to its best ability. That's where we're at today in the scale of evolution. This is the time. This is the whole purpose and reason for these secret societies and for this information to get out, for the time that we're in right now.
That's crazy you say that, man. Because even Bobby Hemmett used to talk about us in the West being the new Negro. You know, we a new race or a new species of people. You know what I mean? And that's just what you just hit on right there. And Blavatsky even talked about this, talking about the root races and how they, you know, things evolve out of, you know, and a lot of people I think took that as like almost racist.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean? But I don't think that they really really are grasping what she's saying. You know what I mean? What she's saying in that respect, you know. But yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna say it, but you went ahead and said it. See, Blavatsky is way too heavy for most people. I really don't think that any of these modern occultists, modern spiritual people are gonna read Blavatsky. It's not gonna happen. We can barely get through Dion Fortune, talk about some Blavatsky. But if you are able to have the patience, dedication, concentration to get through her work, you're gonna see that everything has already been talked about, even down to what I just said and what you just said. It's in there. It's in these books. It's been in these books since the 1800s and beyond.
Yes, sir. But it's like you say, you gotta get the groundwork though. You can't go in it with ego.
Right.
You have to get the groundwork. You got to be able to see through what they, because you know there is a certain way of expressing themselves. You know, they were talking to a certain group of people. You know what I mean, when they're speaking in these books and stuff like that. So you have to kind of put yourself in their shoes or whatever, you know, and that's kind of hard to do, you know, culturally, you know. So it's kind of hard for people to, like you were saying, get through her work and without ego.
Without ego.
Without ego. Yeah.
That's what the biggest part of the magical process is. From these documents that I've received and that we're reading, this is what I'm actually seeing is the true purpose of low magic, right? The difference between low magic and high magic. Now I'm starting to understand it. Because before I knew there was a distinction, but I didn't understand why. Because it's an evolutionary process. And the whole portion of that first process is the transformation and transmutation of that personal ego, the individuality, the personality, right? There's a difference between your current individual incarnation and your higher self. There's a difference. And we talk about yoga, which means yoke, which means union. What does it talk about? It's a union between that higher self and that lower self. But your lower self has to be cultivated in the proper way in order for that union to happen. And it's not proper according to Travis Mages, proper according to the harmony of the universe. And if you don't know what the harmony of the universe is, and how you don't know what I'm talking about. That's the whole point of this low magic, to get you through the process of the shadow work, right? Of healing yourself, healing your past pain and trauma, understanding reality in such a way that you know the difference between when you're in your feelings and what's real. Because most of us don't know what's real. All we know is how we feel about stuff, our opinions. Oh, that smells bad, that smells good. That tastes bad, that tastes good. That looks bad, this makes me angry, this makes me happy. None of that's reality. All those things are opinions. All those things are illusion. But if we don't intrinsically understand the differences, and if we don't adopt a new way of existing, which is a way of non-attachment, then we're not going to make that union happen. Goodness gracious. That's the work. That's the work. Healing the lower self so that we can receive that union. Now, working with the Kabbalah is a tool, a framework, and a system that can help this process happen. Matter of fact, all the books that I've recommended have included tools and systems and processes for making this happen. Apparently, initiation into Hermetics slipped through the cracks because they hiked up the price just now. It used to be $30 since forever. Now it's $900. So I hope y'all got it a year ago when I was talking about it. If you didn't get it by now, then you ain't want it. But that right there is a perfect 10-step system to make this process happen.
Yeah, then he goes all the way in that one. Mm-hmm. He goes all the way. He gives you so many like just practical things. You know what I mean? It's like changing up so many different just bad habits that you would have in life. You know what I mean? And that's in the sense that what he's doing is he's purifying you.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's purifying you. It's like, okay, you going through this processes of purification. So like you say, you can be a receiver of higher subtler energies. You know
Yes.
what I mean? Yeah, yeah. And I love initiation into hermetics. I was one of the ones that jumped on it when you said it. I got $1,000 book in there. That yeah.
If y'all been getting these books I recommended, even if you're not planning on it, you should now have some investment. Some of these books that I mentioned have hiked up in price. So yeah, hell, you got something you might be able to sell for $1,000 now.
Yeah,
If you don't
yeah.
value it for your own personal spiritual growth, at least you can sell it on Amazon for 1,000. You know.
Yes, sir. But I wouldn't. That's one of the one. That's one of my keys right there. That one right there, because that's one of the ones that I read that because I was reading all of the technical ones at first, and that was giving you all the philosophy. But then when you mentioned that, and I stumbled across that, he was giving like I said, he was breaking it down to a practical level, like brushing your arms with a bristle with some kind of boar hair brush. You know what
Like we
I'm
used to
saying?
have the waves, that kind of brush.
Yeah, yeah, cool. Yeah, and I was like, dang, what is he? What is he? I wonder what he's getting at, because it was super mundane, it seemed like at the time. Everybody else was talking about these higher things, but he's talking about the way you should shower.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Or washing yourself with cold water as opposed to hot water and shit like that. And I'm like, but it makes sense now. At the time, I think it was a little bit over my head, but now it makes sense. It was all about purification. It was all about clearing your mind of like I said, the bad habits of the cobwebs that's gonna stop you and gonna impede you from the progress and reaching higher states. You know what I mean? So
Yes,
yeah, I won't get rid of that one. That's a reference book in my library right there.
absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm just saying for those mundane ones who ain't gonna do the work. At least don't say it's a waste of time. Don't say following me was a waste of time, because at least you got an investment. But yes, you're exactly right. That's a reference book. That's not going anywhere from my collection. And furthermore, um, I'm about to start talking more and more about the subtle bodies, about the etheric body, the astral body, the mental body, or as the Indians call it, Annamaya Kosha, Pranamaya Kosha, Vijnamaya Kosha, Manomaya Kosha, Anandamaya Kosha. I'm starting to get a clear understanding of what our bodies are, what they're composed of, how they operate, how they connect with us, and what is their function and purpose in our spiritual growth. This is exciting. Couldn't have talked about this a year or two or three ago because we weren't on this level. But now that we've been discussing the things that we've been discussing, studying, and practicing, now we're ready to talk about this stuff. So we're moving into some really exciting territory. And I said that, based off of what you're talking about, just with the simple brushing and the simple washing of the face with the cold water, like he's trying to train your body into, like you said, a mindset of purification. Now, while that may seem meaningless, we got to remember that these subtle bodies are linked to the physical body. Now, the very next body is the pranic body, the etheric body, the etheric double, A.E. Powell.
Yes, sir.
And what happens is, just like when you put your body through a routine of exercise and practice, it carves a path. The etheric body starts to go through that same routine as well. And what you're doing when you come into alignment like that, you begin to attract a different set of energy to yourself. Just like your body, you have to eat food and your body is made of food. The etheric body is made of ether. So depending on the type of energy that you attract to yourself, the etheric body is made of that. So if you're cultivating purity constantly, you're attracting those kind of vibes to your etheric body, which means it's going to result in a purification of your astral body, which means it's going to result in purification of your mental body, which means you see how that process continues. And this is what Tatwashuti was getting at as well. She said that the highest body, Anandamaya Kosha, the bliss body, the causal body, we can't directly affect it. However, through practices like Tatwashuti, we can purify these lower bodies so much that the highest body must be purified. So in order to really come into that yoga with your higher self and to really, you know, live as God on earth in the flesh, in order to really get to that level, it's going to take gradual and increasing alignment. And it becomes easier and easier. This is it right here, man. This is what they should be talking about in church. Not no dude getting swallowed up by a whale.
Man, that's not what makes money, man. You creating teachers, man, instead of consummate students like they do in church.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You creating people that could go off on their own and come up with their own practices and things like that. And you don't need the church anymore. But yeah, that's that whole shepherd sheep.
Mm-hmm.
That's the egregor that they tap into, man. The sheep shepherd egregor, and I talked to my wife about this all the time. Like, man, all Christians act the same, and there's a reason for that. You know what I mean? You know, and I didn't know it before when I was talking this shit, because I've been talking this shit for a while, but now I understand why. You know, and you can't be mad at them, because that's where they focus their attention, and that's what's channeled down and filtered through them. You know, so you're gonna get some of the same things when you're talking to you know, different people, because that's the energy that's being channeled through them.
Yes, you said the right word, egregor. You said the right word, because that's it's a hive mind.
Yes, sir.
And come on now, I don't talk shit about anybody. You know what I'm saying? A hive mind happens all the time. There's a hive mind that happens with us right here in this group. Jesus said it, where 2 or 3 come in my name under the same accord, there I am. Whenever you have more than one person in agreement on a concept, it creates an egregor. It creates an entity. Now that entity may last for a few minutes, a few hours. You know, when me and my homies get on Xbox and we play Fortnite for a few hours, an entity is created, a group spirit, you know what I'm saying? And then it dissipates. But the more that it's evoked at the same time, it gets stronger and stronger. Hell, we begin winning matches just because we play together, right? So likewise, just imagine, you know, going to church every Sunday for 10, 20, 30 years with the same folks. Everyone starts acting the same because there's a hive mind that's going on. It's not a bad thing, but this is what happens with all, this is part of what we are. When we come together, we create something bigger than ourselves. I think of the Power Rangers, you know what I'm saying? These 5 specialized warriors, when they go into their higher forms, they evoke these gigantic, massive entities. And when they really need to get something done, they come together as one powerful entity, one powerful egregor that's powered by all of them, and together they do something greater. Same thing.
Voltron. Yep. Voltron in reality is what the fuck they doing. That's so crazy.
Republican Party, LGBTQ, Nation of Islam, any group has an egregor, right? And an egregor, depending on how it's created and who's maintaining it and how it's being maintained, can be a very powerful thing. And these things are
Kaaba.
Look
at the Kaaba. The Kaaba stone.
Oh yeah. That thing constantly has a swarm of energy going around it.
Always.
For years. That's power right there.
Man, I feel it when I just see it. When you look at that shit from above and you see those some bitches just drones just droning around that joint constantly, I'm getting chills right now at the power that shit must generate, and who is like the conduit for that shit. That got to be a powerful motherfucker, man.
Man, for real.
Damn.
Real. This is how far it goes, man. This is how far it goes.
And you know, if you reverse that shit could, you know, break down how we are God in a sense, because if you reverse that, you know what I mean, and you go up the ladder instead of it trickling down, because it trickles down and that shit infects billions of people. But if you go and reverse that process up and you go back to the source, you can see how we are all one, how it all comes back to the same thing, how man is God on his level. You know what I mean? Because when we come together, we create those giant mind frames or mindsets. Egregor is the word, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, man is creating that shit.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, that shit blows my mind now that I can comprehend what's going on. It just blows my mind. I'm like, damn, if people could only see that they had this ability and came together on an accord that wasn't tainted, or you know what I mean, like it wasn't they weren't led to anything. They came to this on their own, and they wanted to get shit done, man, it wouldn't be shit wrong with this place, man. And I really believe that there's places that exist like that.
Mm-hmm.
that exists like that, where the collective mind frame was on the collective and not on the individual. You know what I mean? And I believe that we can go to those places if we do exactly what we're talking about here, is magnetize yourself towards that kind of energy. That's where you're going to end up the next time.
Yes.
I love when you said earlier, like, this is why they don't teach this in churches, because this is like getting yourself to a self-independence level. You know what I mean? If they could teach that stuff back then, like you said, that place right there will be the place for people to get self-liberation. That's the word I was looking for. You know what I mean? Learning his studies and going all this self-liberating. Like, you can't give self-liberation to a sheep. So if they were giving self-liberation to everybody, we would have that utopian system. But that's why it's hidden. Keep people at that docile state.
And I understand,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because in order for that utopian state to happen, the ego has to be purified first, right? If that part is skipped, when people do get the keys and that ego is still janky and monkey, human, animal like, it's gonna degenerate. It's not, because what happens is the ego is a framework, it's a system, it's a building, right? And if you connect to the juice of the higher self and that juice starts pouring into that system, everything is going to expand, including the imbalances. So if there are imbalances in the personality, that's going to magnify, whether it's lust, whether it's hatred and jealousy and envy and all these things that are imbalanced. When you make that connection to the higher self, those are what you're going to express. So the first step before we talk about doing anything special is balancing the personality. So when we take these metaphors, this is what psychology says. When you take a metaphor, you take all of it, including the negative. So if you talk about being a sheep and a shepherd, well, there's a dark side to that too. Somebody in the chat just posted, what was it? Something about the sheep don't fear the, there it is. The sheep spends its life terrified of the wolf, only to be eaten by the shepherd. You talk about being a sheep or being in the flock or being, a shepherd. When you talk about that, you're also accepting subconsciously that the shepherd's going to eat you eventually when he's hungry. And he's going to tell you, look out for the wolf. Look out for that wolf. That's what you're accepting subconsciously when you talk about shepherd and the flock and all that stuff. Because that's how powerful your mind is. It doesn't just see what the conscious mind sees. It sees the whole spectrum, right? That's how subliminal programming works. That's how the subconscious mind works. We have all data of existence. And you shine a little flashlight, whatever that flashlight sees, that little circle in the realm of darkness, this is your conscious mind. So whatever you put that flashlight on, that's just the conscious mind. What you focus on expands. But all the rest of the data is still there. You're just not shining the flashlight on it. Now it's a messy room, but doing the inner work is organizing that room and cleaning everything, putting everything in piles, putting it in its right place, throwing away the trash, getting rid of what you don't need, organizing everything so that when you do shine that flashlight on it, everything's in its right place. Because, you know, as a conscious mind, the flashlight can only be so wide. This isn't about making a super wide flashlight, at least not in the first level. The first level is making sure that making sure the lens is clean and clear, not dirty, first of all. And second of all, making sure that what the flashlight hits is organized and structured in such a way that when you look at it, you're not going to go into a panic attack. Then we work on flipping the switch so that you don't need that flashlight anymore. That's enlightenment.
That was a dope analogy.
Thank you.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head with that.
I'm gonna have to write that down. I'm gonna have to clip that out.
Yeah, right.
Powerful stuff going on right now, for real. I don't know about y'all, but I think you should be able to tell that we done tapped into something here recently. I think you should be able to tell that we done tapped into something. If you can't hear it in between the words that at least what me and Stuff been saying, if you can't feel it, you might not be sensitive enough.
I know I see it, man, and I've been seeing it. You like you said, I brought it up because I'm like, things are happening on my end, and I'm like, man, this can't be coincidence. It's happening too much.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's too many. It's too many instances, man. You know.
Even down,
Just go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm saying even down to, you know, and I very much appreciate you here. I see you're in the chat. You know, when I'm in my process of purchasing a lot of these documents that I could find on eBay and Amazon and from individuals, one of them was, you know, like I mentioned in my video, way out of my price range at the time. And a friend here just located me and was like, hey, have you ever heard of this book? I'm like, what? That's the one that I didn't get. Well, let me help you out. Let me cash app you. Here you go. What? First of all, how did you even know that this is the book that I was looking at today? Second of all, what are the chance? Like little stuff like that is letting me know that we are on a specific path. It's not just random. Oh, let's read some occult books, guys. Like, no, this is a path. This is going in a specific direction. This is being led, orchestrated. There's intelligent design behind this, is what I'm saying. Can't make this stuff up.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You go ahead.
I was just gonna say, man, I stopped calling it a book club because I used to tell my wife it's time for my book club, and I started calling it an order because I'm like, yo, this shit is getting too coincidental and too deep, man. It's like it's going past the books now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's going past the books. You know, the books are good, but there's something else in here with it. There's something else in the room with us. Is the best way I can describe it.
Contact has been made. Clear
Yes.
contact. Not just like maybe something. No, clear contact has been made and it's expressing itself. And I kind of like strayed away from it at first because I really wanted to maintain the whole like I'm a private researcher and I just want to encourage other people. But it's almost like a more serious group has to be made. You know what I'm saying? And in December, we did the thing where we kind of solidified it. And since then, it's really been creating itself, essentially, to now. I had no choice but to create an inner circle, right? To separate from the outer circle. Had to, in order to really keep going at the speed that I want to. It's like having a computer, you know what I'm saying? Like if you want to be able to process more data, you got to update the computer. So, you know, the Major Society became like a real deal, official, recognized organization. With the creation of this app, it's only being taken to the very next level. it's kind of difficult to disseminate information through Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram, because these things are all owned and monitored and regulated. And in the world that we live in today, like, we're not meeting up. We're not all going to the town hall and conducting conversations. Even this is public. So the stuff that we've been kind of talking about in code, there's no way for us to talk about this unless we do something that's, ours. But I guess the main difficulty right now is really just kind of figuring out what kind of people are able to respectfully handle the information versus people who say that they are ready, because there's a difference. And it's kind of hard to tell just from an outside observation. But spirit makes a way.
Sometimes it's hard to tell from an inside observation too, man. Shit, I mean, you get it in your hands, and you feel blessed with it, but you're like, damn, I got to do something with this shit. You know what I mean? It's not like I just get it just to get it. I'm back here. I'm behind the veil for a reason. You know what I mean? Like, yes. This has been gifted to me for a reason. It's kind of like I will call it. It kind of like forces you to keep going. It's kind of like pulling me. You know what I mean? I feel like I'm being pulled by something. You know what I mean? And it's consistent. It's there all the time, but it's subtle. You know what I mean? But it's there, and it's undeniable. It's undeniable. Something else is definitely in the room with us.
Yes. With the specific intent. It's just not like vague. Like, there's a purpose behind this thing. Like, from what I'm receiving, at least, is that work is needing to be done right now. Work is needing to be done. That there's a lot of information, not necessarily hidden, but just kind of in the outskirts. Like, everybody is kind of looking in one direction, but there's so much over here in the periphery that's being overlooked. And that's where the actual necessary information is for human evolution. And I feel like I'm being directed and pulled, as you say, towards that periphery information. Because, like, the same stuff. Everybody in these spiritual circles is talking about the same stuff and have been for the past couple of years, and that's not even where the juice is. People keep asking me if I read this one specific book that everybody's talking about, and it's like, no, I haven't read it. But I mean, it's, from what I have seen and heard, it's not even going in the same direction that I'm going in. So you're asking me that because you heard this person over here talking about it, and this other popular social media person talking about it. This isn't about popular books. Like, this is about the science of the occult. Goodness gracious. Great balls of fire. Greetings, Sunshine Chick. Appreciate you. Third Eye Nation, welcome. Mo B, thank you. I got my package today. I'm ready to try it out. You might see me crack it open here on this live. I don't know, but thank you. I'm excited. I showed my brother. Multiverse Speaks, welcome. Hikate, good to see you. Greetings. G Ren, welcome. Right, guys. If you you know what I'm saying? Like I say, if you are enjoying this content, if you're feeling this energy, if you support what's going on here, go ahead and hit that like button. It's right there. Just go ahead and tap it if you haven't already. And also, I've been talking about this app for the past couple of weeks, if not months. You know what I'm saying? I've already been blocked, completely taken off of TikTok. I'm starting to feel that blockage on Instagram now. I didn't think that would happen. Of course, been throttled on Facebook, but we can expect that. Yeah. Some of these posts are getting me kicked out of groups. Like the last post that I made on Instagram about the how to lie with statistics. Somebody really didn't like that. But that's the thing, man. Truth hurts people who love a lie. I'm not even trying to. I didn't say nothing about vaccines. I didn't say nothing about anything specific. But people invest so much of their security in an illusion that when something appears to threaten it, they begin to act emotionally and sometimes erratically. So, and I try to tread the line carefully. I know how to speak vaguely but clearly at the same time, and that's not done to hide anything. That's done so that I don't set off certain tripwires that I know are there.
Mm.
I could say a lot of stuff in a different way, but my message and my purpose is to reach as many people as possible. So I'm not going to say things in a way that I could be saying them. I try to reach for the lowest common denominator. But when you get with certain information, even the lowest common denominator is more of a, can be very abrasive. So yeah.
And when people throw their heart, I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, when people throw their heart and soul and shit, man, like when you come along and you shake that foundation that they built on those lies, they gonna come after you. They gonna come for you, bro. Like it's like the animal come out. You know what I mean? It's like that lower nature comes out, that fight or flight, and they have to fight for what they believe in. And you know, that's crazy.
I understand. And it's stuff that I wouldn't even expect. I think one dude got upset with me because I made a post about it was just a little image graphic. I wasn't even like promoting anything, but it was an image graphic. You've probably seen it before, where it's got like a picture of, it's got like that little row of this dude sitting at a table, and at first he's like overweight and he's got all this food and meat and all this extra food, and above is like a sun or a star, and it's not really connecting with him. But in his different forms, the sun gradually connects more with him. It's got where he's eating a little bit less, then he's eating just vegetables, then it's like he's just drinking water, and then he doesn't have any food in front of him. And at that last one, that star is directly connected to him. Like, you kind of get the meme there.
Yeah.
Somebody like seemed to get offended with that, and he's like, "Don't get all weird on us, bro." And I'm like, "What are you talking about? By weird?" It's like, "Yeah, we don't want you to talk about we're out here eating air and shit." And then I tried to, you know, just express my philosophy on fasting and stuff. And I don't think it was received very well. But anyways, greetings, Stray Panther. Greetings, Sky L. Greetings, Build a New World. Kevin Wise, greetings. Useless Familiar, greetings. The Foolish Genius, greetings. Joe Keen, welcome, my friend. Tian Pomeroy, greetings. Sirius Sut 888, you in the building?
Oh, facts.
Quite possibly. Al Dickey, greetings. Tian Pomeroy, welcome. Carolyn Watson, greetings. Justin Simmons, greetings. Oy vey. Matthew Barrows, greetings. But yeah, with that, you know what I'm saying, I also understand that this is a lot about how you perceive the world, right? Dion Fortune made a really interesting statement. I think I shared it on my story, or I might have just shared it on the Instagram group. I don't remember, but you know, you got the physical body, you got the etheric body, and all the other bodies. Physical shit is not what's going to save you. You know what I'm saying? Being a vegetarian or a vegan, that doesn't save your soul. That has very little to do with spirituality. Dare I say, nothing to do with spirituality. You know, some people think that sea moss is going to get them to heaven. Don't get me wrong. Sea moss is one of the 3 things that I eat. But it's not the physical that gets you there. The physical is for the physical. It's called the anamaya kosha, the vehicle that is fed with food, right? So food, all it really does is build the body. A good way to think about this is like a car and the driver, right? A car that it might be beat up and raggedy, but it's going to get you to work and back. It's going to get you to the grocery store to buy some food. It's going to get you, you know, to church and back. It's not going to get you to Atlanta. It's not going to get you to Jacksonville. It's not going to get you to LA. It's not going to get you to New York. It's going to fall apart before that happens. But it doesn't affect the driver. Likewise, your etheric body and your physical body. The physical body is the car. The etheric body is the driver. So you can eat pork and bacon and McDonald's every day, and you can still be on the spiritual path, but you're limited in how far you can go, right? Let's keep it real. But if you do adjust and adapt your diet to where there are less things affecting your mind in a negative way, because a lot of these foods do have chemicals and they're processed in ways that don't allow the body to function in its best capacity. You know, when you give that stuff up, thanks, Maxine. When you give that stuff up, your body is able to function at its best capacity, which means that you can channel the best of your spirit. So yeah, you can still advance if you're on a shitty McDonald's diet, for sure. But you'll go a lot further if you gave that up. That's not my opinion. That comes from teachers who know a whole lot more than I do, and who understand and have practiced a whole lot more than I do. Namely the unfortunate. Craig Warren, peace. Golden Dragon God, quadruple 9, peace. Naturally natured, greetings, greetings. Oh, that sucks, Matthew Burrows. He says, I accidentally ate a piece of ham that was, he thought it was beef. After 11 years, I got kind of sick. I hate when people mislabel shit. Yeah, that sucks. That really sucks. I have a friend who, you know, she doesn't eat meat and she hasn't for a very long time. And her family's not supportive at all. So it's like when they prepare stuff and she asks what's in it, you know, they're very, what's the word? Insensitive. You know, they don't take her seriously. And she was just telling me how at one point there was like this brown gravy and she was like, something's up with this. And she, you know, asked what's in it. They're like, oh, it's just gravy, just gravy. Coming to find out, you know, of course it's got meat in it and shit like that. But we can't demand that other people respect what we do. What we can do, however, is just be aware and be conscious of everything that's going into our body. One of the reasons I don't eat fast food is because you really don't know how it's being prepared. You know, you don't know what's going on physically. You don't know what's going on spiritually, emotionally, mentally around that food. So I try to be very aware of everything that goes into and onto my body. I don't like to hurt feelings, but I don't really even accept food prepared by other people.
Sadhguru said something about that, about a lady offered him a cup of water and he wouldn't take it. And it wasn't because he was being you know, an asshole or anything. It was just because he didn't know what the energy behind it was.
Right.
You know what I mean? So yeah, he mentioned something exactly like you just said.
Sometimes you do know the energy behind it.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know? Thankfully, you can just say for religious purpose or it's not in line with my beliefs. You can say something like that and people usually leave it alone. But yeah, I mean, my brother, you know, he's a great guy. He offers me food all the time, but it's like I don't know where that came from. No offense, and it looks good, but nothing against you personally. It's just that's how I prefer to manage myself. Because I mean, hell, even from the stuff that I'm reading and learning now, and if you paid attention during the initiation into Hermetics book study, you leave a psychic imprint, you leave a pranic imprint, you leave an etheric imprint on everything you touch, right? So that's one of the duties of man, whether we do it consciously or unconsciously. Everything that we come into contact with, we either raise its vibration or we lower it. Now, if you're conscious, you're raising the vibration of everything that you come into contact with. But if you're not aware of that process, more often than not, you're probably degrading everything around you, right? So you can imagine if it's someone who isn't aware of how their energy flows, and they may offer you something, and they're constantly downer, you're literally taking that energy into yourself. Like I said, nothing against anybody else, but if you don't know how to drive, I'm not going to be riding close to you on the highway. Let me know if any of this sounds strange or outlandish or weird.
think you're hitting the nail on the head.
Peace, Clayton Taylor. Peace, Uppity Unicorn. Good to see you. Peace, Relo Torrent. Peace, Shango Atum.
Peace, Trav. Peace, everybody. Peace, Stuff Dog. Peace.
Peace, Shango.
What's going on, everybody? What's up, Mallet?
Boy. Greetings, Lahiri. T.M. Pomeroy says, I want to learn more about what you were saying about mycosia. I can't pronounce it or spell it. Okay, I typed it in the chat. It's called anamycosia. And basically that's the Sanskrit term for the physical body, the vehicle of food. And they call it that because it's made out of, it's sustained by food. This is your physical anchor, right? This is what your spirit rides upon. We're literally not this body. The best analogy is like a vehicle, like a car. This is a car, and there's a driver who operates the car. Now, we've all heard of the astral body, but there's an in-between function. We call it the etheric body, and it's if we had to physically describe it, it's a lot shaped like an egg, like an aura around the body. And a good way to think of it is like the relationship between the driver and the car. When you get into your car, your feet touch the pedals and your hands touch the wheel. Those are the points of contact. So you got the driver, you got the car, and you got the points of contact. Steering wheel and the gas and the clutch if you're old school and you're a badass. So that clutch, the wheel, and the pedal, that's the etheric body. That's the pranamaya kosha. That's where you get your chakras, and that's where you do a lot of your spiritual work. So the Annamaya Kosha is literally just the vehicle. It's the input. It's like when you're playing a video game, it's the character in that game. When I play Fortnite, I have a skin. They call it skins, right? A little character in that game, that's your physical body. That's your Annamaya Kosha. Your Pranamaya Kosha will be the joystick, the control, the Xbox controller, or keyboard if you're sweaty. And then, of course, the astral body would be you, the player. The mental body would be the mind of that player. That the latter goes on and on. And the whole thing is, it's important to understand the different levels of your being. It's important to understand the different layers of yourself, not just so you can talk about it with your friends or people that you're debating against, but the more that you become consciously aware of, you increase gradually the ability you have to manipulate these things purposely with intent, right? If you don't know anything about your chakras, you have no control over them, really. But the more that you learn about your chakras, the more that you focus on them, the more that you do breathing exercises, meditations, et cetera, the more you come into harmony with those aspects of yourself, the more they come under your control. So that's why it's important to know about the Annamaya Kosha, Pranamaya Kosha, Manamaya Kosha, Vishnamaya Kosha, Anandamaya Kosha, the different bodies, physical body, etheric body, astral body, mental body, spiritual body. So that's what that's all about.
It take a lot of energy too, Trav, to have a physical body that's not at least operating at a certain percentage of health. You're gonna be burning a lot of physical energy trying to contact the etheric energy or the astral body and shit like that. It takes a lot of energy to go into trance.
Yeah.
So you gotta be careful of anybody who everything you say about this stuff. Oh yeah, I do that all the time. Anybody who says this shit is easy, right. Be careful of them kind of people because they're not doing it. They just in fantasy. PH, not the FA, they in the PHANTAA. That's why fantasy. It take a lot. Like you were saying a little while ago, it ain't necessarily about what you eat. Even the Bible talk about that. Jesus said something about it. It's not necessarily what you eat. So that's like when you deal with the Kabbalah, you will understand the Bible more. So when you get to the whole Hebrew, eating the Hebrew diet, and you get to the Gentiles eating a Gentile diet, eventually diet became obsolete. It ain't about your diet. It's about your inner work. How was your inner reflecting in the outward? Your outward don't need to reflect inward. It's your inward that needs to reflect outward amongst the physical matter. So I'm not saying you got to go eat the whole fucking cow because they cook the whole cow. Yo, go take a couple of pieces of meat and go to make a sandwich and be good with that. Drink some water and continue your walk, because it takes a lot of energy to maintain a spiritual occultic lifestyle, because brain power is an electricity and that shit burns you out.
Oh yeah, that's why they shave their heads, right?
Huh?
That's why the yogis shave their heads.
That's why the yogis shave their head, because it intensifies the heat of the physical body. So imagine if you got high blood pressure and you doing that kind of shit and you raise your body temperature up. You can have a fucking stroke. That's the reason why they tell people not to. It ain't necessarily you conjure a demon and he comes into materialization and you catch a heart attack. No, the materialization that you see is with your spiritual eye, and that should take a lot of energy. So now your heart fluctuating because you unhealthy, my nigga.
Damn. Whoa, so it's not that spirit came and fucked you up. You don't raise your blood pressure so high from this spiritual work. Wow.
Exactly. Now you wonder why when they show when they do drawings of wizards and all of that shit, why they always old? Why they always with a fucking cane? Why fucking with the dark side energy, you turn into this ugly being, because it drains you of all your humanity. It drains you, your human shit get drained out real quick. It ain't no different than having sex. Imagine if a man, you busting 15 nuts a day. Nigga, you ain't got no energy to do shit.
Jesus.
I wouldn't care if you're drinking all the sea moss and the motherfucking Atlantic Ocean. You ain't coming back. So it just takes a lot of mental energy, because everything that you're trying to do spiritually is generated. It's a mind, it's a mental atmosphere that you're generating this thing in. So imagine the imagination that it takes for conjuring, for invocation and evocation. That takes a lot of energy. So if you didn't eat macaroni and cheese, pork chops, and then you didn't smoke 2 blunts, nigga, you ain't evoked in nothing after that but high cholesterol.
That's some terrible turds.
So we gotta keep this shit. That's practical. The practical knowledge of it is, dude, you can't, because they call them thresholds. You can't take yourself to a specific threshold and be unhealthy.
Right.
Because hence Bobby Hemmett. He took himself to the threshold, and then it took because if you go back and watch Bobby's old videos, you can see how he gradually started putting on more weight and more weight and more weight, because he wasn't living a particularly healthy lifestyle, because he traveled all the fucking time. He ate when he ate at odd times. He tell you he didn't give a fuck when he ate, pretty much. You know what I'm saying? And what happened? Nigga reached the threshold.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
You collapse.
I keep saying in my videos, like, there's certain things that I repeat, and that's the point for repetition. You reach a threshold where you do have to adjust. There was a point where I literally hit a threshold working with these spirits, and they said, you got to stop drinking spirits, right? Yeah. Not only for my body, but also for my psychology. Then there came another level where it's like, all right, in order to get past this threshold, you're going to have to reduce that meat to 0. All right, bet. And these thresholds will continue for everyone.
And that's what so the whole thing is, you paid attention to your own inner guru. You have to do some sort of work because the phase of self-mastery comes when you start learning from your own inner guru. You understand? So once you listen to that, the Trav, man, you gonna keep on fucking drinking, my nigga? You already spirit. How the fuck you taking in all these spirits? How you know that in the companies that hold, why you think they hold them in oak barrels and shit like that? Those shit, that's magical wood.
Yes.
They do rituals when they make everything.
Look, people don't understand. These people with money and companies and businesses, they understand this science. It isn't just us on YouTube.
How many people have tried on the same pair of pants that you decided to buy that day you went into the store? And you put them on and didn't wash them? How many people don't wash their new clothes when they buy it because they don't want to lose that new clothes look and crisp? And 80 people that day then tried them same jeans on. And somebody, all their energy been left on that shit. If forensics could find all 80 people's DNA on one pair of pants that got tried on, you don't think the spiritual DNA is left on that motherfucker?
And weren't we just talking about this with food and stuff like that?
That's the same thing, man. Somebody come to work with a bad attitude and shit like that, or they just don't feel too good today. So their whole time they making your hamburger, they feel like throwing up the whole time they making your food. They want to throw up all over your fucking food. Not saying that they do, but the energy, the vibration of a sickly individual is touching something that you're going to ingest.
Yeah, and your body's going to be made out of that.
It's going to be made out of that. So let's be clear. It ain't no different than bludgeoning an animal to death than shooting it straight through the fucking heart and killing it instantly. Those are going to be two different type of meats that you're going to eat. One's going to be stressed out. One's going to be haram, and the other one's going to be halal, as in Islam. One's going to be lawful, and one's going to be unlawful. That's the practical. I think, see, that's why you get as a tree grows, you got to go through a new process of getting new leaves every fucking year. It goes, the old leaves drop off, new leaves grow on. That's death and reincarnation. You know what I'm saying? That's the same thing with people. As we grow occultically, you're going to drop off old leaves.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody don't make it to the Olympics just because you're a star athlete. You know how much it takes for for people to make it to the league, to the Major League Baseball and NFL. Think about how baseball players look. Them niggas look like they always eating hot dogs and shit like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like them niggas is having a cookout in the dugout while he playing a game. Go out there and see if you can run the same as a Major League Baseball player and see if that nigga don't leave your ass in the dust with a big belly and all of that shit. Because they are elite athletes. Some people are not elite occultists. So you got to accept that who you are. People are not accepting the practicality of themselves.
Right, which is why I say in the beginning of everything you do, know your outcome. What are you doing this for? What's the point? Are you just trying to make a better life, better health? Figure out what your purpose is and aim
for your purpose.
Don't be out here trying to be Bobby Hemmett and Brother Panic. First of all, you don't even know what they are, what they do. You don't know what they do.
You know something I found interesting? I caught a Brother Panic's live video the other day, and just as I came on, he was talking, and he talked about how people start asking him about Bobby. He said, man, he said, anyway, he said, Bobby don't even talk to me no more. I don't even talk to Bobby no more because that's the way he wanted it. So Panic said out of his mouth the other day on his live, he doesn't even talk to Bobby no more. So that means that when I heard that, I said that era is over. For he who has an ear, let him hear. Yo, you heard it from a source like yo man Bobby Hemmett don't want to be contacted no more. He don't need you seeing him in his next phase of his life. Let the nigga grow old now. You understand what I'm saying? And go and you take the torch and carry on. But those who are not elite in their craft, they always want to cling on to the teacher. They always want to go back and suck some titties and get milk.
I mean, I enjoy sucking titties, but
you know what I'm saying? But you don't want no milk coming out of it.
Right.
You don't need pablum. Some people consistently, it's all about accepting the reality. I told somebody the other day, if you got to hide what you're doing in your spiritual path from your family or your friends, then you ain't on no fucking spiritual path. You shouldn't have to hide nothing that you're doing.
Yo, Golden Dragon God 9999. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. That's quite a donation. Thank you, my friend. Going towards the app as well, might I add.
Yeah, I just saw that too. That's dope. So we're going to get that together in a little while too.
But, we did it again.
Whoa. Thank you.
We are a dope place in existence right now upon the earth plane. This is everybody's in a dope spot right now. They still trying to scare you. You know what I'm saying? Out here in the streets. The boogeyman's still out there boogieing. The nigga coming with the Delta strand now, you know what I'm saying? Right. I find it hilarious that the government is attacking the Delta 8 THC oil. Yeah. But now they're coming out with a Delta variant of some. If y'all scientists been on y'all duty nonstop on clock since Wuhan, how the fuck y'all let some Delta variant pop up? Where y'all at? So it's always, we got to be vigilant right now. You understand what I'm saying? You got to do your due diligence to do your self-study. You got to do this. So what did I read? Dissolve and coagulate. You got to raise your own self from the fucking dead. You get jump starts from people. You get jump starts from certain things, but the one who's gonna raise you from the dead is yourself.
Right.
You are your resurrector. You motherfucking Frankenstein, and you what's the doctor?
Dr. Frankenstein.
Matter of fact, his name is Dr. Frankenstein. The fucking we equivalent the monster with being Frankenstein. The monster wasn't actually Frankenstein. The doctor was Frankenstein.
Yeah, he was the monster of Frankenstein.
He just was the monster. So we both of that shit. We the monsters and we Dr. Frankenstein.
Dr. Frankenstein.
Don't Darshan say that the same components that are broken are the same components basically that you have to use to fix yourself?
Yes. And this is mimicking the process of the creation of the universe. From myself, I create.
And guess what? Nothing's really broke anyways. It's just your perception of seeing it being broke.
Check that out.
Everything is made perfect. The creator, the creative essence, the unseen force, whatever we want to title it, is perfect in its perfection. Mm-hmm. So whatever we think is imperfect is based off of our own humanly perception because we are the only created beings that can see it from different perspectives. Animals don't do that and shit like that. Only the human being sees imperfection and shit.
Bingo.
We see beauty and we see imperfection.
Can
Animals grow up around beautiful flowers. The niggas don't admire the beauty of a flower.
They eat that shit.
They eat it.
You can see that echoed there, and you also see it echoed when, you know, and I watch these animal videos where they eat each other. A lot of these animals, when they finally get captured by that predator animal, they stop struggling because they know what time it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Not like, you know, they try their best for that little window of opportunity they have, but when it's game over, they know it's game over. They know it.
And then it's a silence. When you watch them and you watch the rest of the animals around that see that shit happening, they all just like stand there, and it's like they're at one with what's happening. They don't differentiate. They see no difference than life and death. It's a process. So instinctually, they all just stand there and they don't even know they're paying homage to the motherfucking death that they be witnessing, because there's beauty in that. Because you know why? That dead animal that they just killed is gonna feed them cubs that they got hidden in a hole some fucking where.
Mm-hmm. And it's not some kind of sick, sadistic thing. Like you're putting your own value judgment on it. You're thinking it's sick and sadistic based off of your memory. But see, this has been going on before you even incarnated here.
Yeah.
I mentioned a few weeks ago about how there was a Komodo dragon video that was eating a pregnant deer and just pulled the baby right out the womb and swallowed it up in one gulp. I thought that was bad. Then I saw another one recently where it was these two ox animals, and these dragons done took the calf, and the calf is screaming, and mom and dad is just right there, right? They're nudging their head against the baby. It'll be all right. It's gonna be over soon. These things are just eating the little one.
Yeah.
None of the parents. And to a human perspective, this is terrible, and those parents suck.
Yeah.
Right? If that was me, I'd be stomping. You know, we don't understand from a human perspective, but these animals know that this is a system, the cycle of nature.
Nature is beautiful and
All
perfect.
you do is appreciate it.
I watched the video where they saw this motherfucking big ass moose came walking through. He had a whole dead moose's head on his fucking horns, where he must have was fighting another moose and stuck the head and tore the whole head off this motherfucker. And he couldn't even get the shit off of his horns. So fuck it. If half of it was rotten, the other half was skull. Like he was just walking around with that shit.
Talk about a war.
How much nature can you get than that?
What's the Instagram account called? Nature is brutal.
Yeah.
Nature is brutal.
Mm-hmm.
You supposed to say as a Muslim, Alhamdulillah, when you see some shit like that. All praises due to creation, because you can't do that.
Man,
it just takes a lot of energy to maintain. And we are a high operating vehicle, man. You can't take a Maserati to Pet Boys and shit like that. You understand what I'm saying? You can't take a Tesla. I just go to a Tesla. You can't take a Tesla to a normal auto mechanic. You got to take that to a Tesla specialist. You got to be a specialist over your own machinery.
Right. This is machinery right here. This is a vehicle. The ancients called it a vehicle, right? Mm-hmm. The first vehicle was not a car. The ancients called this a vehicle. They call the etheric body a vehicle, the astral body a vehicle, the mental body. These are vehicles. But who's the passenger? Who's the driver?
The helium.
Even ours is called carne in Spanish. Ain't that neat? To incarnate. You know what I mean? Like
carne asada.
Yeah. So this is
the
just
inner car's nature. Incarnate, the inner car's nature, the inner vehicle's nature.
Whoa.
Yep.
You got to share this, Shango. You hit me with a massive one. What you said about India and how we've been talking about, all these. We just noticed and reading these ancient or these older books. All these occultists, they take a trip to India. All of them, they make their Hajj to India.
Yeah.
Please share what you said to me on Instagram.
I just said that pretty much they all go to India to make, like I said, to make their Hajj and to make their pilgrimage. So by us or the individuals that are reading the pure information that comes from India, we made our pilgrimage. We went back. This is our modern day pilgrimage. You know how much it costs to go to fucking India physically? You know what I'm saying? That's why I said before that the European was capable of globetrotting all over the fucking place at 22, 23 years old and go from Britain to India. At least the Crawley. Shit, I don't got a name of every last one of them. Every last archaeologist, occultic scholar, historian from the Western continent, they all, Dion Fortune, every last one of them made a pilgrimage to India. So they studied a particular thing. What they got a Raja Yoga. You know what I'm saying? They learned the 8 parts of the Raja Yoga. They took what they needed, they left. That's the same thing we've done. We've visited the sages of India. So we connected. So now here we are in the West, because we are Westerners. I don't care if you're black, you're white, you're whatever. The world internationally sees you as a Westerner, and you know what I'm saying? So we have been initiated into this process, because this is the world has to because it's all patterns. It just reformates the pattern. The pattern is still about travel, learning, initiation, humility. That's still the same pattern. We all had to humble. Just take Trav, for example. How you had to pretty much humble yourself down to reformat your whole shit. You already did this. You already went through a lot of these books. The videos are already there for anybody to go see. So you had to find some sort of humility to take another journey, and your journey led you where? To the fucking East, which they call India. And that's where every single one, Carl Gustav Jung, Freud. I'm not gonna say, I don't know if necessarily if Freud went to India, but if you look at the bibliography of his books, he's talking about always talk about Sanskrit and all of that. They all studied Indian sciences.
Yep.
It's not to take away from Africa. It's not to take away from Kemet. Kemet was too advanced. That shit was cosmic information.
Right. And thank you for saying that right there also, because a lot of people, when I mention how, a lot of the stuff comes from India, the first thing these people say is Africa is the origin. It started in Africa. It started Kemet. It's like, I'm not saying it didn't. What I'm talking about is specifically this stuff here came from India. And even so, this was very difficult to digest. They've only been looking at this stuff for 100 years because somebody went over there and tried to digest it. And they took that and tried to digest that. The stuff from Kemet, from Africa, this is not very digestible to these Europeans at the time.
Africa is so primitive and so primal and so ancient that what we're getting now from other countries like India, that shit came from, it's Purusha. Let's just say that. Let's say that when the land masses were all together, nigga, that shit is so long ago, you can't even conceptualize what humanity was like during that time. So now we speed it all the way up to the pyramids and that shit. That shit is really not even old. What you see with the only Egypt they be showing is like the pyramids and the Sphinx. That shit was not old, man, as we think it is. It's old nonetheless, but that shit was so advanced. That shit was sigils. They didn't even have a formulated language because nobody needed to discuss it like that.
We didn't need to talk about it like that.
You know what I'm saying? That shit is automatic. You God. They God men. You have God men and you have men gods. Two total different things. So now you got India, very technical. It's now the science. Now we have reached the emanation, because if we use the word from the Kabbalah, we have emanated all the way down to Asiya. This is Asiya knowledge. They have to learn something, they have to read something, they have to touch something. That shit is material realm. We have to go through the material to go backwards to the non-material. Right.
We have to start where we're at and then slowly build a foundation to receive that stuff. It's so sensitive and so subtle that we have to build the equipment to even detect it and receive it. You don't just barge up in there and get it. We have to condition ourselves to receive it.
And you can go to some stores, like I'll go back to the Bible shit. It'll tell you can't just be barging inside of a fucking temple, because when the presence of creative energy is in there, you catch on fire.
Yes. And even
why do you catch on fire? Because that was the first element that came out of ether. You don't turn to fucking water.
Yeah.
People not studying. This shit is elite information, man.
See this, Shango? Like, the deeper we go, the more evident it is that no one else is doing this work. Like, it's
self-evident, man. We hold these truths to be self-evident. And that's why they wrote and used those words. Some niggas, them saying revolutionary Europeans, we hold these words to be self-evident that all blah 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 blah, nigga.
You see it on the survival scrolls.
You're gonna go
you see it
straight
there.
from the survival scroll. So the whole thing is we've taken our pilgrimage and went back to the east and had to go obtain different tools so we could tweak this machinery. It's like you can't open these cell phones up with no regular screwdriver. You got to go get them 8-tipped hexagonal screwdrivers and shit like that. That's what this ancient information from the east is. This is a different set of screwdrivers, man.
Yes. Listen. Golden Dragon 9999. Thank you again. So you've donated at the $300 threshold level. On my GoFundMe, the way I have it is when you donate a certain amount, you become eligible for different things. If you want to connect with me and hit me up with your email or something like that so we can keep in touch, you went ahead and crossed that level. So I want to get you hooked up with the things that I'm offering at that mark. So hit me up on Instagram or Facebook or something. Let me know that it's you. And if you're interested in, and just to be specific, I'm putting together a course called the Inner Light Activation System, based on everything we're talking about. So if you're interested in being a part of the first class of that session, hit me up, give me your info, so I can make sure that you're there when this starts. Thank you.
Setting the bar real high right now.
Feeling mad generous today. That's what's up.
Yeah.
Something good happened over that way.
Yeah.
The designers that I'm working with have adjusted their prices. I guess they're both trying to, you know what I'm saying, they both want me to work with them, so they're both lowering their prices. Before, I thought it was gonna cost me about 5 to 6, and now they're working with me. They're like, hey man, we can do all this for about 3,000. So everything is really flowing along together.
That's real interesting.
Price of the books going up.
Yeah, definitely that. Now you done showed another book. What's the book you showed the other day? Something about lies.
Lies.
How to lie with statistics.
Yeah.
That book is now gonna be $90. The next time
I think 500. The hardcover done went up to now. Yeah. Veronica showed me.
Damn, man. See?
What is going on?
You could have a book list. Like I said, I told you, I have found that Elijah Muhammad read a specific amount of books. You know what kind of search and the things I had to go through to at least find some of those books that was on the list that he is still allegedly read. But when I was like, yo, this nigga read all kind of historical and scientific, all kind of stuff. So think about the list of books. You could make a list of books that are 100% can change your life. You could start a course like these Tony Robbins and all of them and advertise it so cheesy and be like, I'm the one with the information that can change your life. And I might have to say, yo, that's kind of actual facts, but he really does have the information because it's in the study.
Yes.
It ain't just because you read the books it's gonna happen. You're gonna have to do some shit to make it, you know what I'm saying, to make it happen.
Yeah. You know, and maybe that's what's going on. Maybe I got a couple of these books that I'm withholding for you know, some of the folks in the course. By the way, I got the GoFundMe link pinned at the top of this chat. I want to find out what's going on with that. But yeah, I'm still looking for a couple of copies of these books. I don't want to say too much, but I did find some places where they're not sky high. But like I said, I didn't even mention the titles last week, so I don't know what's going on.
I looked up here in my local area for like occult bookstores and stuff. I got not that many. I'm gonna go to the ones that I did find and see what exactly they got in there to make them be listed as occult books. And then there's this place I go to here in Ocala that they sell all kind of like different crystals and stones. I mean, I can't even for that small. Say they sell all kind of shit. But then I saw they had a book. They sell books. I must not even have been found them because I was like, yo, I never seen no books in there. So they must got them shits hidden in another part of this house because it's actually a big house that they got all this stuff in. So I'm gonna go there and find out exactly where's the books at and see what they got in there.
Yeah. The local or the physical bookstores, they usually have the best prices.
Yeah. Now these now if I go to this store called Books A Million, I think I forgot the name of the bookstore. It's like one of the major bookstores. They be having all the commercialized titles of everything inside of there. They don't be having a lot of the stuff that we're reading.
I remember it was hard for me to get the Satanic Bible. No, let me take that back. That was like one of the few that they had. But then was, like the Necronomicon, I think it was kind of difficult to get at one point from Books A Million. But this is like 15 years ago.
And I started to look into, you got to think about the actual, because a lot of those books, they mention the bookstores and a lot of the publishers contacting a lot of these. I thought about starting to contact some of the publishers and see if they still exist, or maybe somebody's bought the rights to these books or something like that. You know what I mean? and they could. It's no different than what's the author of the Magician?
Philip Cooper.
Philip Cooper.
He don't be he has like, remember Dreamwise was doing that. He had to print more books to get them out.
Yeah.
So what's gonna have to happen is the books that we can't find that are hard to get, we're gonna have to start contacting the publishers and any company that has something to do. Maybe I'm giving away the whole gem right now, but I think you get what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna have to contact the people that help them put them books out.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna answer a few questions here in the chat real quick. So Third Eye Nation School of Ancient Knowledge and Wisdom says, how much are you gonna charge for the course? So right now, with this being like the opening, I'm thinking about keeping it at 300 for now. And that's gonna include entry to the course and the physical materials that are gonna be mailed out with it. And this is gonna be like, I wanna say, you should be able to be completed in like a month, maybe 2 months, but honestly, it's going to be yours, so you can take your sweet time. But it's going to be about developing these inner abilities, these inner faculties, developing the clairvoyance, right? Developing the clairaudience, the 5 clairs, and going through a step-by-step system of opening this up within yourself. And the thing about the Tree of Life that I'm learning here in this book and also Mystical Kabbalah and some of these documents that I have, it's not so much that just looking at that shape of the tree. You literally have to build it within yourself. That's how it works. You have to build it within yourself for it to operate. You know what I'm saying? So I can show you a picture of the tree and some associations. You can read Leon Fortune's book, but it doesn't mean anything to you if you don't have an internal reference point. So that's why this is called the inner light activation system, because this is going to provide you with all the techniques, tools, and materials that you need to build these things within yourself. So that's the price right now. It will be going up in the future. This is like the grand opening, and all the people involved, people that actually care and are going to put the effort into it, it's going to be at 300 for now. The actual app itself, I'm thinking in the range of like 20 a month, right? Just to keep it like regular and affordable. I'm not trying to price gouge or nothing like that, but these apps and shit, they take, it's going to cost me to monthly keep it up. Developers, they're charging me a price to create it, but there's also a price to monthly keep up the server, the storage, and updates and security and things like that. So I'm thinking to charge around 20 a month for it. The course is going to be separate from that. Yeah. Carla A asks, what's in the physical training materials package? So the physical training materials package are going to include some of the physical implements in order to go along with the course. So I'm not going to reveal exactly what it is yet. I'm going to make a video detailing everything, but there's going to be some physical tools that I'm going to be mailing out to assist with this course. So if you get the $100 level, it's not signing up for the course, but I'm giving you the book that I'm writing and some of the physical materials and tools to still have you go through the inner light activation system. Matthew Barrow says, just copped the creating magical entities. Yeah, that's a good one. Lamont H, peace. Who loves orange soda? Peace. Kristen Chambers, peace.
Peace.
What's up, Kristen?
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good.
How is everybody today?
Doing good, Christian. How about you?
Stupendous over here.
Doing good. Doing good. What did you say, Jeff?
I said stupendous over here.
Fantastic.
Man.
Always good to hear.
Shit, I might reach the goal today.
Are you gonna have like an introductory course? You say you have an introductory course, Trav, and then does it have different courses? Like some going to be introductory, some advanced, or some like like middle chamber, higher chamber. You know what I'm saying? That type of shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the intention here is to be able to educate, people who want to be educated on these subjects from any level, from complete newbie coming from the church, don't know anything, all the way to where we're at right now and where we're heading towards. Now, of course, it's going to take time to create each one, and I've got most of it scripted out. I'm at the stage now of actually creating it. And what I want to start with is, before getting into any of that deep stuff, you got to have the inner light, hint, hint, the unfortunate. You got to have that inner light activated to, power the whole machine.
Yeah. Everyone should be testing the limits of their own practices. Be testing themselves to see how far you're capable of going with what you know. What can you change in this physical world plane? What can you change? I'm gonna give an example of my own self. It's still being able to interact with church people and be an operating occultist, not having to change nothing, but able to go into a church and sit on the pulpit with the pastor. Let the pastor let you get on the microphone and talk to people and hold a class with their church people. Talking about occultism, but knowing how to codify it in Christian dogma and Christian vernacular. Knowing how to talk the language of people, but also giving them the full force and bluntness of you as a practitioner. Everybody should be testing the boundary, testing their own. They should be. You're a scientist. You should be testing the theories that you come up with. How is it going to work? Because it's not all mental fucking magic.
Right. That's one level of it. That's one layer of it.
Are you able to come into contact with Christians who are ready to fucking go to war with you as they think you are a fucking, they think everybody who don't believe in Jesus Christ, the Lord and Savior, is an atheist. But are you able to change their mental atmosphere? Are you capable of reprogramming their elemental self? That's magic. Making a manifestation in the outward plane, in the material world, taking what you can imagine and making it materialize.
Yes. And as I put in my story a few days ago, it's about the great work. And what is the great work? Transmuting the base material into the highest material, turning that lead into gold. That's what we're all here to do.
Exactly.
Whether you're turning your physical body into your highest self, or you're transmuting something out there in the world, like what Shango just mentioned, going into this church with a level of people who want something but don't know how to get there. The job of the mages, the pastor up on that pulpit, people go from point A to point B because that's what they want.
I done did some shit, Trav. You understand what I'm saying? I can tell you 1,000 stories. I got 1,000 stories to tell. But I can tell you some shit. I'm talking about had me speaking to the whole church district with their bishop sitting next to me, like, and they be like, man, you sure you ain't graduated from Yale? You from Connecticut, right? Uh-oh. Having them bigging me up. That I was playing with this. I was playing with it. Like I said before, I had to refine some shit. That's that Shango shit. Be playing with the fucking power, fucking with people. But the whole thing is, as a scientist, I know that as an alchemist, you should be capable of still being who you are and being amongst people, not trying to make them you, but going into their environment and equalizing everybody in there. Yeah. That's a magician. That's why sometimes I just be giggling in my own little private cockiness, not really cockiness, but my own truth because I done tested this shit so many fucking times. It's real. I know that what you saying ain't just some fancy shit to get niggas to follow you, get followers and shit. Yo, Magick, yo, that shit real for real. And it's not and like I said, you're gonna have to be empowered on all levels, physically, mentally, and spiritually, because it's gonna take a lot of energy to do that shit.
Yeah.
Christian did it. Remember she told us maybe a couple of weeks ago, she said that she was somewhere people didn't know nothing about Vedic Jyotish astrology and somewhat like churchy or whatever, and she was giving all of them. Everybody was lining up.
Yeah.
You know
Oh, yeah.
I'm saying?
Yeah, that was last weekend. I was at my grandkids' birthday party.
Yeah.
And the family on my daughter-in-law's side is super Christian, super Christian, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the aunt there is slowly warming up to me. I wore my Ouija board earrings, not even thinking about it. She's like, "Is that a Ouija board?" And I said, "Oh, I'm sorry, these were Halloween earrings." But she was like, "They're cute. They're trying, right?" But when I started reading people's charts, they were in tears. They were like, "Do mine." They were like surrounding by me, like asking me questions. They were like, "This isn't of the devil, right?" I'm like, "Does it feel like it's of the devil? Does it feel like it?" And then, I pointed out some scriptures, to support the stars being used as signs and seasons and such.
You had to speak the language of the Jews.
Yes.
You were Gentile, you were pagan, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But you gotta know how to speak their language.
Yeah.
You can't be, that's why I be talking to a lot of people and have talked to a lot of people over the years. I mean, you gotta get over your anger of Christianity. There's no reason to be angry with the shit.
Right.
Thank you. Yes.
People are pissed about the church.
That's why I posted what I posted. Like, get over it. You don't have a problem with Jesus. You don't even know who Jesus is. Jesus did nothing to you. You're mad at the people and the experience that you had at that specific church when you was 10, 15, 8 years old. It's not Jesus. It's those people. Get it right.
Absolutely. What's funny too is they still hold Christian ideologies in their head. These people that are against it, they will literally still spew it and not realize it,
because they don't even realize that's a Ranan Banda. That shit has been passed around around the human race for hundreds of years now. Everybody's been indoctrinated with that shit.
Yeah, absolutely. It's funny when you get the atheists who will talk about, they'll come at Satan or satanic things and say, and talk about it in a Christian sense. And I'm like, you see, you're coming at this from a Christian perspective.
And these are grown people.
They Christians, atheists, or Satanists and Christians, they just the anti-Christian. That's all it is.
Right.
They just the dark side of the tree. That's all it is. But they still falling under that framework.
Exactly. It's still the other side. It's literally the same ideologies.
Open it up. You're looking right at me.
Man, look at here. And see, what does this all boil down to? This all boils down to the ego, the personality, how you as an individual are interpreting the world. That's what we're working on. That's the lead that needs to be transformed into gold. So until we address that, it doesn't matter what you tack onto it. We could learn the deepest occult science. If you still bringing that funky attitude into this game, it's not going to work how you think it's going to work. Like, imagine taking that mindset where, you still got the Christian mindset, good versus evil, the whole devil's going to get me if I sin, and you're not supposed to do this and that, or else it's going to make God mad. Trying to take that into higher science. It's not compatible. So you read a lot of these books, and a lot of the first steps is clearing the ego. Love it. Carla A in the chat asks, so the courses are not included in the app subscription. What will the app provide other than the courses? So I mentioned, Shango asked about that.
It's 4 o'clock.
Thanks, Max. Now the courses are going to be like specific trainings. The first 3 courses that I'm going to be working on is, of course, the inner light activation system, which is to awaken that light and that power within you in the safest way possible, in the certaintiest way possible. The next course that I'll be offering will have to do with evoking spirits, right? Whether that's the Goetia or maybe the Necronomicon or something else. It's going to talk about how to do that. Then a course after that's going to be all about high magic, the higher self, advanced spiritual science, like the advanced shit, the shit that we can't talk about on YouTube because we don't really have a foundation to talk about it yet. And then of course there's going to be a course on astral traveling, astral projection and stuff like that. I mentioned all the different specific stuff that we're going to be getting into. Those are going to be like the courses, but the app itself primarily is going to be a training system for everybody, regardless of your level. You're going to be able to improve what you're doing. So think of like a fitness app, how, say you can't get to the gym, but a fitness app might have like workout videos and you can track how many hours you put in. You can track, how many calories you burn. You can keep track of your progress. And what that does is that keeps you focused. That gives you something to actually look at and input. So you're actually you're putting your energy into it, right? So you're able to track it and keep up with yourself. And that's how you're able to see growth. It's designed to keep you focused, keep you motivated, and to give you milestones so that you're actually really advancing in this thing, not just feeling good and talking about, oh yeah, I'm doing magic. Like, no, you're going to be able to see from when you first get involved with this app to like a month later, 2 months later, 3 months later, you're going to see your improvement. And that's going to motivate you to go even further. Because one thing I know for a fact, and y'all have seen it, people will jump on board because they're excited and they'll quickly fall off after a month or two. And that happened, a couple weeks. And that happens because for many reasons, right? Sometimes people fall off because they don't see progress. Sometimes people feel like it's too hard. Sometimes they're not able to keep up with the community. It could be a bunch of different things. But this app is designed to take all that away. So when you come into this thing, you're able to have all the tools in front of you, and you've got a support system, you got a community, and you would literally have different tracking for yourself, not for me, for yourself, to see how many pages you read in a day, to see how many hours you invested in study, to see how many hours you invested in meditation. You'll be able to track your dreams, to be able to track the progress of your astral projections, all kind of different things for you to put together.
It's no different than anything that challenges you to better yourself. I bought an elliptical. You go on there, you got your user settings. The user settings are set to me, my weight, my height, all of that, age. You go on that thing, you can't fake it. You go on there and say, you can't tell nobody, yeah, man, I did the elliptical. I went on that thing for 2 hours straight. And then they go on there and press your user setting and see you was on that motherfucker for 7.5 minutes.
Oh man.
It's gonna show you how much you progressing. So it's like, you know what I'm saying, just to give people some visual. A couple years ago, I was taken with it's called the Asar Aset Society. Everybody who's read the Metu Neter, Ra'un Nefer has a society that they started like in the 70s called Asar Aset Society. So they have these classes that you can take that are called the Asarian initiation classes. And they do it, it's more, I like to do it during the winter solstice and then in the summer, because that's the underworld, and then that's the coming forth from that. So the whole thing, they send you courses, you know what I'm saying? Like you said, the app, I can do it on my phone or I do it on my laptop. All the information comes, you read it, and as you read, you can't fake it. You can't even fake it with them, because you know why? It calculates how much time you're spending on the thing. And then later on, you're going to be getting questions. So if you're reading about, like you said, maybe I'll just say evoking, you can do a course on evoking and invoking, because those are two separate things. So if you're taking a course, so if one of the, I'm going to say it like this, if one of the courses in your study, like if you're in college, you're studying for a particular degree, you're gonna have multiple different courses that you got to take. So that's the whole thing. So you know, like the way you say it, and the way I see it, to give people that visual, go on your phone, like you saying app. Maybe using the words app might be, you know what I'm saying, just creating a internal dialogue with people. What do they mean by app? What is it? Go to whatever school, local community college, go to their app, go to their website, and go sign up for a course. That's the same shit with the Magick Academy. You signing up to get either an associate's degree, a bachelor's degree, or a master's degree in a particular study of occultic information. And then there's going to be other steps where later on you're going to go for your doctorate's degree. That's a whole nother, that's another, those are majors. Just because you didn't took this course on whatever in the beginning, that doesn't make you and I'm not saying it don't make you a majors, but you understand that there's a lineage that you follow in and pretty much study. So to help people out, Travis Majors made a fucking school.
Yeah.
And I know you probably don't want to say school and shit like that, because Umar Johnson left such a bad taste in my.
Oh, man.
You can't even say, well, I'm making a school. They're like, oh, goddamn.
Right.
Nigga about the Umar Johnson-us, man.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? About time this nigga opened up this Frederick Douglass school, Frederick Douglass will be reincarnated on this motherfucker.
Twice.
Twice.
Oh, man.
So it's dope. It ain't no different, you know what I'm saying? People who've been paying attention to see there's multiple levels of learning. Christian is a whole nother motherfucking part of a university.
Yep.
She tell you when you study Joyce's information, she says it for a particular amount of years, you got to do this, then another particular amount of years, you got to do that.
Yeah.
Just because you didn't read your natal chart and understand how you operate does not make you a Vedic astrologer, man.
No, not. There's so much involved in it, and it's such a deep science. Every day I learn something new, even something new in my own chart. So it's so vast and never ending. Never ending is, I'm saying that to the depths of my soul. It's never ending.
You know you got
so it's a true PhD. It's you're becoming a doctor. It's insane, but and that's the thing is you gotta love it. You gotta love it to keep doing it. Otherwise, your brain's gonna pop and you're gonna stop. You're like, I gotta go.
Depending on, if Kristen is up for it, I've been talking to her about this. If she wants to be down for it, there'll even be a course for learning Vedic astrology. Because like you said, this is very intricate. And if she's down for it, if you guys want that, there's going to be a course training for that as well, with daily stuff that you can use to track your progress. Homework, right?
Heck yeah. I'm always down.
You're going to have to really do it. It's no different than if you sign up and you pay your money to go to any school, you're not going to fucking pick off with it while you're at home. You're going to have to, the hardest thing to do is take classes online, because some people they have to question themselves, like, yo, can I learn? Am I a self-learner? Or do I need to go into an actual school and sit there with people around and have my desk? Some people don't have the willpower and self-discipline to fucking get online study and actually do the practice without nobody watching over them and shit like that. Mm-hmm. That's what it is. That's what you're gonna give for your money. You're gonna get the information that you've been searching for, like all of that, all of them EFI readings and shit people keep on getting from different babalaos. You don't need that no more. And and the whole fucking science of that shit, a babalao is supposed to ask you if you've already had a reading. And if you already had one, He's not even supposed to give you another fucking reading. So that's what I'm just saying, that you're gonna have that people. It's now the time. Like we say, people say the age of Aquarius, that information is pouring in. It ain't about the information pouring in. It's what are you doing with this information? How are you actualizing your wisdom with the knowledge that you obtain? Knowledge is no good unless you apply it. Wisdom is the application of knowledge. So if you're not applying your knowledge, the data that you're taking in, you ain't no fucking wise person. You're still an infant. You're still a baby. You're still learning. You're still in the learning process. You're a neophyte. There's nothing wrong with that. So accept it. You can say to yourself, you know what, I'm not. It ain't no different than I'll ask Christian before I try to go fucking study that shit myself, because it's too much to the Vedic astrology. I don't have the patience, really, to be honest with you. I don't have the patience for that kind of study. It's too much with that shit. Let me know the houses, the planets in there, and you know what I'm saying, and what they mean. That's deep. That's good. But when Christians start talking about and the Mars and it's reflecting this house, and you might as well be the teacher from Charlie Brown.
Right.
You lose me. You didn't been asking me ever since we didn't met on this platform. But what you got? What's your Mars in? I'd be like, oh, well, let me get my chart and look at it. I don't remember none of that shit. I can't. I don't know why. That's just so people got to be honest. So before you really jump into something because it stimulated you emotional, like the meaning it did made you feel excited. You gotta sit back, and that's what self-analysis is. That's what wisdom is to sit back and be like, yo, do I got the fucking willpower and intellectual stamina to keep up with this shit?
Right. And for the people that don't, that's where the readings come in to play, when you get readings from someone. But I will also say this: when you don't understand your chart and you get a reading, and you're gonna, of course, there's gonna be some questions as you go. But the thing is you're not gonna be able to ask questions into infinity. Specifically, most astrologers give you the reading, the 90 minutes, and that's it. They don't answer any more questions unless you make an appointment. So it's why it's kind of important to have somewhat of a basis and understanding, because most astrologers are not like me. They won't continue to keep talking to you for weeks and weeks and weeks to help get you to understand. So there's some benefit to learning the basics, at least, so then you can dig in at your own pace. Because I'll tell you this, someone could give you a reading and you're only going to hold on to 5% of it at best, when you don't have any concept of the science itself. So,
and it's a living science too.
Yeah, definitely.
It's a living science. Once you start understanding, like when you told me about the whole, the Cancer or the 10th house is what people see. I said, damn, did I ever think about that? I thought, because Western astrology have you thinking that your first house is what everybody is fucking seeing, the sun and shit like that. You know what I'm saying?
Well, your first house, your ascendant, but yeah, and people do see your sun. They see that's more like your ego, but the 10th house is the public image, what you're known for, your reputation.
That's
so
what
you're
I
not
meant.
wrong. It's just that the 10th house is like, people that don't even know you, this is what they get from you. This is the vibe they get off of you. Whereas the people that know you might see the sun sign in you.
And that comes with self-analysis. It's really, because that's what this is, to become, we have to use these words, occultist and, academian, a researcher and all of that, to become those where you, because those are just patterns. Those are recognized patterns that are displayed by undertaking a study. Then so you can title it this and this. So the whole thing begin to be able to see, to judge your own self, because you have to, the observer has to observe the material world of creation. You can be able you're best to say what you're capable of doing and what you're not capable of doing once you reach that humility, and then honesty comes after that. Don't just join or be shit just because you think that's the way everybody's going, or because you think that's the way it should be because somebody else. Then you're gonna fall victim to another pattern, and that's gonna be disappointment.
Right.
I'm gonna give an example of myself. We went to my homeboy house, right, back in Connecticut. The nigga live in this private areas, like a couple of NFL dudes got houses over there, so it's real nice over there. You know what I'm saying? They got a private. I didn't even know this shit was even in my city. That's how private these niggas. I was like, yo, I didn't know this shit was over here. So they got a whole a stream and shit, a lake that's over there. So they decided we're gonna swim from this side and we're gonna go to the other side. So I was like, fuck it, I can do it because I can swim. And so you're looking over there, it don't look that far. Man, shit, by the time we got halfway through that motherfucker, they almost had to save me from drowning out that motherfucker. That's what people do. You try to set myself up because I have the skill, but I was like, yo, this shit is, I didn't know it was no motherfucker undercurrent over there. So eventually I made it, but I was like, yo. Then I'm thinking about like, goddamn, we got to swim back. So, but lucky the motherfucker had a boat over there and brought us back. But the whole thing is, that's what some people are doing. They're getting into water that's a little bit too much. And instead of getting to a point like, yo, I ain't gonna make it. I'm gonna just go back. You know what I'm saying? You're not chumped out on that. You're being honest through self-analysis. You gotta know why you want to undertake this deeper study. You can't keep going the way you're going, the way you've been going. If you're unhappy with life, nothing don't be seeming to go right. You always caught in the sauce of everything. You might need to take some study. But shit, self-analysis. Make sure that you prepared for what you're asking for. A lot of people get what they asked for, but they wasn't prepared to receive the shit. So they mistreat it, or they mishandle it. You know how many people failed because they got that money that they kept asking for?
Damn.
Think about the people with the whole PPP checks and all of this big money they was getting. People who ain't never seen past $1,000. That's as high as they ever peaked financially. All of a sudden, the government, they gave these motherfuckers 40 G's. Motherfuckers OD'd off of that shit.
Right. So again, that's a really good point. So they haven't seen more than 1,000 at one time. That's the limit of their experience. So to get an increase of 40 times that literally can cause a person like that to destroy themselves or to put themselves in a situation that makes life worse.
And some people are worse right now, Trav. That's what I'm saying.
That's an analogy for the spiritual work. Even in the books that we're reading right now, it talks about the yoga, the integration of the lower self, the ego, with the higher self, the individuality. Yeah. But before that can happen, the house has got to be structured. The foundation has to be built. The ego has to be, the imbalanced parts need to be torn away, and it needs to be rebuilt with a solid structure. So when that light pours in, the structure can handle it. And that's the importance of starting at the beginning with a strong foundation, so that when that light does pour in, you can handle it and you don't fall apart. You can learn how to stretch past $1,000. Maybe you can handle 10 or 20. And once you learn the principles, now you can start handling.
And that's good. That's the best way I was able to really analyze that. And that comes from self-analysis. Some people, like I said, $1,000 cap, they capped out. They may think about what people do for the lottery. People winning the lottery is one of the most dangerous things that could ever happen to some people.
Sheesh.
They get motherfuckers start wanting to kill their ass for a couple dollars. Family members, cousins, come from all over the place. You didn't hit for the mega ball, 480 million.
You know, that's funny you're talking about this because I had a thought the other day about whenever I seem to get a larger sums of money for whatever reason coming in, I right away get stressed out. I get stressed out because I'm like, okay, I need to make all these plans where things need to go, got to separate it. And initially I'm like, I don't want to waste it, do the wrong things with it. So then it's like almost a stress or a burden. And so I like just leave it in my bank account and just don't touch it and ignore it for a while until I clear this weird feeling inside of me of, I don't know if it's like, I don't want to fuck up or I got to do the right things or something. There's just all these feelings that happen. And I'm like, this is a problem. These feelings of, I don't know if it's inadequacy or this isn't normal, which causes things to not be normal then, causes you to not have as much. So there's this connection or this feeling, your relationship with money. You know what I mean? Why does it make you feel like that?
Excuse me, Trav, what book is this taken from?
Just think about how much energy. I gotta use, somebody give me a better word for energy. I think I'm using that word too much, but energy or the frequency vibration of attached to what we call finance and currency is all of that.
Yeah.
Think about what you do with money. Think about what money. I'm gonna give you a prime example. Making street money. You come to a time where you got to tally up. You know what I'm saying? You go wherever you go and you count. You want all your bills to be facing all the same way and shit like that. You feel a miserable feeling with that money. Street money is so dirty. So that shit done been through so many people's hands. So much stuff didn't happen with that money. People get killed for currency. That's why they call it currency. It's an energy frequency that travels through the atmosphere. So when you say you get that money, you feeling all insecure, don't know what's going on. Like, damn, this money, that shit, because that's what, it's like this, right? I was reading this book and you just made me think of that. He said, all that exists in the universe, therefore, is the expression of an underlying unity which subsists through all things. For behind the subsisting unity which expresses itself in the existing universe, there is that of which the universal soul, the collective host of life and form is but an expression. So the money, the finance is only but an expression of what those who created it to do.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And what they created it for. There was a purpose for us wanting to, you want to buy, so you can buy a human being with money. You understand what I'm saying? Everybody has a value. That's why they make the memes. Would you slap your father for $10 million? And then it be so many yeses lined up.
Emphatic.
You see, that you would harm your own mother or father for, how many people have killed their mothers and father over inheritance?
Crazy
as an heir.
Humans.
And that's what anything. How many people crave power of magic? They write great stories about that shit. Think about trying to find Aladdin's lamp. Go back and watch the old Sinbad. Niggas had to go to an island where it was a cyclops giant on the island who was guarding all these jewels and shit. But the main thing he was guarding was Aladdin's lamp. And when you study that, the genie hated that shit. This nigga was a slave to the lamp. So he had his own individual dreams. He wanted Aladdin's lamp to set him motherfucking free. So everything has a I think stuff mentions like egregor, you know what I'm saying, or an energy attachment that creates its own individual being, its own essence from that. And that's like anybody you play sports. Like I said before, the whole energy before you go out of the locker room, you start collectively cheering as soon as you got to line up to run down to go out to the field, you bring it with you. Fucking the juggernaut is coming behind y'all. So think about.
I haven't seen Naruto, but I have seen scenes where it's like when they get in these big battles, certain individuals of these groups, they have this gigantic egregor behind them. And like, really, that's the fight that's going on between these massive entities behind the armies.
So that's what Naruto, that's that. So you see that's already being made into cartoons. That's anything when somebody goes in, like real artists, like just think about Madonna. She got into Kabbalah, she was out of here. She's so beyond being an entertainer anymore that she's on fucking God level. You can't even fuck with Madonna. Beyonce is heading to that very level, like a Michael Jackson. The motherfuckers created a whole egregor energy with that shit. People right now think Michael Jackson is alive.
Yeah.
You can't get no deeper with your energy upon the planet Earth than when you die, people say you're not dead.
We've seen that.
You can study all of that shit. That's what I'm glad you're doing it. You know what I'm saying? It took a long time for somebody. There's a lot of people who teach, even Panic teach, you know what I'm saying? He got classes and courses you can sign up for. But you got to think everybody has their own slot. Like I said before about this and what we do and how you created another motherfucking beam of light. You a whole nother lane. You know how you drive? They got the HOV lane.
Yeah.
You're not even supposed to be in that shit.
Yeah.
But sometimes you get in it. You gotta create your own lane.
A good, and I got that concept from business. The first place I heard it was in the Blue Book, and he talks about a blue ocean versus a red ocean. I thought he came up with that. One thing I learned about this dude is he didn't really come up with much, but he has compiled a lot of systems that work, just like A.E. Powell. And A.E. Powell admits it in his books. I didn't come up with none of this, but I've compiled it from the greatest sources, and I've listed them all in the front of the astral body and the etheric double and stuff like that. He lists nature's finer forces. He lists the secret doctrine, et cetera, et cetera. But anyways, there's a book that's called Blue Ocean. And the basic concept is in business, most people think you got to go out here and compete, and they're focused on competing. What is Apple doing? We got to do what Apple's doing. And what they're doing is they're neglecting the customer, right? So the other way to do it is to pay attention to what the customer wants and what they need.
Excuse me. Yes, a lot of science as we know it.
And deliver that, as opposed to focus on competing with the people that's already out here doing business. And what they find is that the evolution of the business is different. When you're competing with one business against another, all y'all are doing is one-upping each other, right? And that there's a growth in that direction, which isn't much growth. But when you're focused on the customer, the only competition is how much more can I serve? So the whole analogy of red ocean, blue ocean is basically you got a bunch of sharks, right? And there's fish in the water. If this company is a shark and it goes in there, the water's still blue. But the more sharks that see opportunity and jump in, that water becomes bloody and red with chopped up chunks and bits of fishes. Yeah. It's impossible to start a lucrative business there. So the best way to go is to start another blue ocean, to find a different part of the ocean where you're not competing, but you create something new. That's the best. I think that all people should adapt that, because I truly believe it's enough to go around. The universe that we live in is limitless, but it takes a bit of creativity.
That's what elitist sports players and people who are in business, that's their mentality. After a while, you're not worried about competition. Your only competition is yourself. How am I going to outdo myself? How am I going to make myself better in the craft that I'm in? Just like this book I'm reading, it talk about Warren Buffett. Instead of Warren Buffett worrying about his weaknesses, he focused on his strengths and built his life around his strengths. Business and business management and buying and stuff, that was all his strength. What he do and how he do it was his strength. He recognized it, he built his life around it, and he never changed it for nobody. That's what people do. And no different than Kobe. Kobe called it what? The Mamba mentality.
Right.
He don't care who you was on the court. It ain't about who you are. As long as he practicing, he doing it. All he did was played out. He formulated his gameplay in his mind. He went back to his Purusha, right? Because that's where everything come from. So he went there. He found the database of how he gonna move, how he gonna dribble, how he gonna go against an opponent or defender. And when it came to reality, all he did was go back into that memory and materialize all the moves that he thought about in his mind. That's the same thing I said. That's fucking magic. That's the definition of basic. That's the definition of fucking magic.
Isn't that what Ophiel was talking about here in chapter 2? The whole formula of the tetragrammaton. You visualize it first. You grab a hold of it. You fasten it with the passion, with the desire. You make it real in your mind first. Yeah. And you're creating a space for it to manifest in physical reality. That's the formula. Always been the formula.
We're in a good place. Like, people who studying, where they at right now, the majors, society and people that's affiliated, y'all in a good space, in a good place.
Very much so. Very much so. And it has to happen. Like this, the only reason that this is happening is because it's supposed to. Like, this isn't an idea that I thought was cool. Like, nature abhors a vacuum, which means that if something's missing, the space will be filled by the easiest path. And it just seems that what we've got going on here is the easiest path for what's being created. This is necessary.
Mm-hmm.
We've got information that, it belongs in the hands and the minds of, the people. I hate to sound like, some of these other folks, but there's information that's trying to get to us, but most people don't have the doors open or even know how to open the doors. So I just think this is a good opportunity for a lot of people to find data that they want, but have no idea how to get to. I mean, shit, this channel's been that way for the past 3 years.
You know what made me think about that travel? And I said we traveled to the east and the Westerners' mind for some of the books that we read, and I'm not going to even say the title, but it says right here, the Western magician uses the yoga technique. He employs a modified system, which has been adapted to Western use. So that's like when I said, look at all the stuff that we've been reading and we've been studying. We traveled to the east. We in India. We couldn't be in a greater part, but northern India, up there where Bihar school is, some of the most profoundest sages, you know what I mean, come out of there from a definite lineage, proven lineage of masters, of mastership. And now here we come from wherever our lives individually lead, and we studying that information and putting it into practice.
That's the big part.
Shit was life changing once we read Kaya. We got the name Kaya Strahan, and then we was like, oh shit, this is a lot of us kind of was already doing that. We just didn't know, didn't know the name of the componentry.
Right. And that made it so much better to not only know the name of it, but to understand, hey, there's actually a system to this.
There's actually a system that I've been doing.
Just like with that quote from that page of that book that homie keeps asking about. It's called The Circuit of Force by Dion Fortune. But just like in that passage there, she talks about the chakras. You know what I'm saying? Like the whole point of doing this meditation, concentration, and focus is that we bring these things into our awareness. And once we grab a hold of them within our awareness, now we've got the opportunity to start working with them on purpose. So yeah, everyone's got chakras, but do you have the awareness of it? You know what they are, but do you know what they are within you? That's why I say with this inner light activation system, with the Kabbalah and stuff, you got to open this stuff up within you. It's not enough to just see the picture on a fucking website. You have to see it within. You have to understand it within. Like, not just picture the spheres. What does Gibura represent to you in your subconscious? Do you have a connection in your subconscious mind? Do you have a connection with that heart chakra, with these tatwas? When you visualize them, do you feel it?
Yeah.
If not, then that's part of the work you got to do. Only there was a system that taught how to do it. If only you could just pop open your phone and click open an app and have a walkthrough step-by-step program.
Yeah, exactly. But it's all, and now they will have it. Honest with you, that's what you're doing. You're making it so much easier for people to obtain the right methodology of living a magical lifestyle, or as I call it, the magical personality.
Yes.
To live a magical personality, you have to have proper training. That's the beginning of your initiatory system of self. Humility. To be humble enough to become a student. And the teacher can care less how much you already know. If you knew so much, you wouldn't be here.
Right.
So the whole thing, you got to be humble enough to say, you know what, I need to advance my learning. And in order to do that, I believe that the major society has what I can use to get it together.
And I want to emphasize and stress, like, when you talk about the right training, you talk about the magical lifestyle. I want to emphasize, this is not according to me. It's not how I see fit. This is not my opinion and what I think that you should do. No, this is based off of tried and true proven systems that have been in effect before I even knew how to speak English, right? This is stuff that's already been here, but we've stumbled across it. And not just randomly, but we've been studying this stuff so much that patterns emerge. How many of y'all have been reading these books, and you're seeing the same stuff pop up over and over and over again? I've been seeing that. But so you take notice, because when there's patterns, that means that there's a system at work. We've taken these systems and we've put them together. So you don't have to spend 20 years digging through these things. You can, and I suggest, but to save you some time, without cutting corners. It's kind of like, my bookshelves. I do have some books that I really didn't need to go through. But imagine you don't have to spend thousands of dollars on books, and you could just spend a little bit. compared to those thousands. You can spend a little bit and get the best of that information. I hope y'all got a hold of Initiation into Hermetics before that price went up.
Yeah, because those are source information. Those books are old enough. The information that's being taught is coming directly from the source. It's not coming from the student of the teacher or filtered down through so many different channels of people that it's not even taught in the original way that it's supposed to be practiced. These authors and shit like that, they are the originators of profound information that's life-changing. And the only thing, like I just read, when it comes to Dion Fortune and Mathers, I don't even want to name all the names. They brought it forth for the westernized mind, as they said themselves, as one of their great teachers said. It comes down, the way that they obtained all their information is through the westernized mind. And then what Trav was just saying, I'm gonna just read and share this gem, how he was just saying that, you gotta have the proper study and proper information for change. One of their teachers said, if we wish our association trained to work with the power of magical evocation, then we must use some device to imprint it upon the deeper levels of the subconscious, where it will be able to produce definite results. For this purpose, some auto-hypnotic device may be employed, such as, for instance, the use of a rosary or even the meditative repetition of the ritual itself. Then he goes on and he says, but before evocation of the subconscious can be safely performed, it is necessary that some work should have been put in on the foundation of character. And then I'm going to add this last part. Character training to the magician is something very different from that which the ordinary man considers it to be. For the magical character training involves the willed and purposive re-education of both the conscious and subconscious minds.
That right there, magical training, the purposive re-education of both the conscious and the subconscious mind. Please understand, that's the whole point we got going on right here.
That's the whole thing.
Purposeful re-education, meaning you've been educated incorrectly.
Mm-hmm. So you got to be re-educated.
Both of them got to be purified now.
And that's why I had to read that part first. That other part. Hold on, I just miniaturized the whole thing. Where he had, but because it's about evocation of the subconscious. So you got to have read all of that to understand what he was talking about, evocation of the subconscious. So there's a whole thing. So once you start wanting to better yourself and do great and become a god, or whatever you want to say, that's evocation. You're evoking these essences to come forth from yourself. But before evocation of the subconscious can be safely performed, it is necessary that some work should have been put in on the foundation of character.
Can you imagine, Shanko? I mean, I can only speak for myself. If I would have read something like this and studied this years ago, I would have skipped so much bullshit. Nobody told me that. Not panic. I mean, well, he hinted at it, but nobody sat here and told me that. The first step was character training. The first step was the purposive re-education of both the conscious and the subconscious mind. We had to learn that after years and years of trial and error.
Yeah. All we've been doing was putting on character after character after character, putting on cloak after cape and cloak and vampire and all kind of personas, just to get to the point where, like, yo, you are no persona. And you are the persona at the same time. but this is what that really means. And then you got to do a full study to come to a understanding, because it goes back to like he said, your westernized mind has been so warped out in utero, not while you were out. You were being warped out while you was in the womb, based off of what your mother was warped out with.
Right.
So it was years and years of just warped out shit. Then you grow up and you have an opinion and a point about everything. You don't agree with nobody. You wonder why you feel the way you feel. I never felt welcomed, and I always feel like I'm not supposed to be here, because you have not done any, no one has ever given you any proper training of the character that you're playing in this movie.
Right. What it saves so much time.
The self and that. So this is really interesting. I'm loving this shit. So it's coming down to, for just the average person, just the self-analysis of self. Because I deal with a lot of people. I talk to a lot of people just to get references and rapport, you know. And I talk to a lot of people I do this a lot of work, you know, and ask them, like, why do you feel like that? And half the times, more than half, I don't know. Because like you said, the Western training has yet to establish an understanding that we can express it in a certain type of way, you know?
Yeah.
It's on a mundane level, it's so fucked up. Excuse me for my language, that people don't understand like the self-analysis of like what, like I be talking to a lot of people, man. This is funny. Because you could be like, where does this come from? Why do you feel? And that's just the basis to, like you said, to get to the next step. Until we can conquer the self-analysis of your likes and dislikes and why you feel like that.
Yeah.
It gets deep.
Think about those likes and dislikes. That's called the false ego. And all these people are composed of the false ego.
Yep.
Just to continue on to what Changa was talking about, as far as the reconstruction of this entity, what happens is, say you take this fucked up personality, this ego, this false ego, and you do make contact with higher self, the light's gonna stream down, and you end up doing what was talked about, is you inflate that false ego. We're talking about imbalance here, and we see this all the time. Matter of fact, I was just reading a post that Alex sent me. You know, it's a spiritual person she's just started following, and mixed in with the spiritual knowledge, he's on some ego stuff, on, you know, judging and casting blame on specific groups of people, sounding very human, right? So you get this high horse inflation that you're better and these other people are condemned, and it's like you're getting the human stuff mixed up with the spiritual stuff. That's not the path. That's off the path.
And when you said it's like going back to like the purification of self, you know what I mean? Purifying these gross levels of us to understand that stuff.
You know what it is? The way that we've been programmed, we don't cultivate consciousness and subconsciousness at the same time. And then we don't put more emphasis on the subconsciousness of the self, which we know was the ahamkaras and you know, some skaras and the vitri. Those are existences that operate within the subconsciousness. That's the fucking big part of the iceberg. Ooh. You only seeing just the whole top, and you may look at that. I'm seeing the top of the iceberg is still big as a motherfucker, but the under the iceberg, under the water or under the surface of the water, that shit be like submarines under that shit. You understand what I'm saying? So we're not even necessarily seeing. We don't never see the subconsciousness and the consciousness at the same time. We're not working on developing both to operate at their higher level, that they both are attuned the same, or they're both being tuned up at the same time. Westernized mind got us always think cognitive reality. And when we keep dealing with cognitive awakening, like people talking about woke, you're only fucking with cognition. You're only still dealing with what you're seeing and what you're hearing.
You didn't go very far.
You ain't go nowhere. So what you're seeing and what you're hearing is going through the fucking booty, then going straight to the ahamkara, the I-ness of self, and it's going to funnel it through every piece of justification or non-justification that you done had held in your library, your bullshit, for 20 years.
What's funny about that iceberg analogy that you mentioned about how that tip of the iceberg, and it's massive, right? The tip of the iceberg, that's what we see the conscious mind. You got the submerged, unfathomably massive would be the subconscious mind of all the different influences and routine behavior and anchored behavior and just automatic behavior, how everything is based on it. That's submerged and it's so big we can't even picture it. Just to go with that analogy that you mentioned, he was talking about how the wind is blowing this way.
Yeah.
The iceberg coming this way.
The iceberg going totally against it.
You see somebody, how many times have you seen this? You know they know better. Wow, damn, I ain't calling no names, homie. I know you watching, no shade on you. You got a girl, but you done met this girl online, and now you taking your, because we talk about a car being the vehicle, you know what I'm saying? It might get you to and for work, but if you meet this girl online to live the next city over, you hop in that vehicle and try to go visit her, and then you try to come back, and that vehicle don't bring you back. So now you stand on the highway, and you got to call your girl at home to come get you. Now you got to explain what's going on. But see, here's the thing: you knew better first, and the wind was blowing you this way, but something still caused your iceberg to go this way.
Damn, homie.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Conscious mind. And if
Critical thought.
You don't get that fixed, you're gonna be pushed in ways that you know better. You can't help it. You can't stop it. I know I shouldn't do it, but I gotta do it.
I think that's why, like in the beginning of initiation in hermetics, like he starts out with the black and white mirror, but that's the most important practice out of that whole book.
Yeah.
Facts.
Yo, everybody should be having, like, you know how we can go back to those books. We all should have grimoires. We should have pieces of multiple books that we didn't study and took out the gems, or it's like a fruit. We didn't pick out the fruit that we like, and we didn't create a foundation for refinement. If you with a girl or a wife and you got to sneak to go get other chicks, you're not a king. You ain't a master of your surroundings. If that's a part of your character that you like multiple women, then why get into a relationship? Or why get into a relationship with a woman who don't like that? Maybe if you would have brought it up, you might have sparked the interest in it. Like, maybe I want another girl to come through. I'm just saying, your foundation got to be based off of honesty that come from that self-reflection, that come from that self-analysis. Know thyself.
Know thyself. Know thyself. Know thyself.
You can have your whole family can go to the temple, right? Go to the Oracle temple. 100 of y'all. One may only get in. He may be the only one that knew himself. Y'all might have been so sincere. The energy that we're going to crying and tears. We're going to the Oracle. We've walked for 40 years and get there, and the Oracle eyes close on your ass. You like, you are unworthy. Because you got that one garbage shit that you didn't kept hidden, that you ashamed of it.
You were attached to.
You attached to it. So by your attachment, create some sort of bad feeling, guilt, worry, doubt, shame, fear. yo, it don't matter about you. Your devotion is not even real because you got a part of you that's guilty about something. You can't have none of that shit going into the higher realm.
Like I said, it's not about what I think. Like this shit is self-evident. It's not about no sin or no man's rules or you're not allowed to do this. You can't do. It's not about none of that. You're
How many
onto stuff.
how many people, Trav, was led into the halls of Amenti from you reading those books? Who read the book of the dead? How many people are in the hall of Amenti at that time? Only one.
Damn.
The nigga wasn't with his mother and father and uncles. It wasn't a bunch of people lined up trying to get through the halls of Amenti. And all of those different characteristics, this man hurts my feeling, all of them, Anubis, the alligator, hippo, and all them wasn't even those were nothing but psychological personalities that exist within yourself. Those are demiurge gods and goddesses. Those exist where? In the subconscious. You're judging your own self. You give the 42 negative confessions unto yourself. You're not saying that to nobody. I'm not standing in front of Trav talking about I have not committed this, I have not done. What's the purpose of me telling him?
I'm gonna say cool.
He's looking at you like, all right, my nigga, I ain't do it either.
Right.
Or maybe you did do it. Now I done came and made you feel guilty now. Maybe you didn't trespass.
Yo, that's awesome because like I love that shit, dog. Because like when I first came off to this journey, I always had a connection with news, right? And I always had a thing where like I would like do something good and I would have to reset myself back over, right? Just getting over my obstacles at the end of the day. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And through that journey, it just when you hit on that shit, it was hard because I'm like, exactly, you know what I mean?
That's
because
what
at the end of
we
the day,
do.
it's all about getting past your obstacles. If you can't get past your obstacles, you can't achieve, like you're saying, to the next step. And
How
that's
many people? How many people? Because you said obstacles, so it made me think of Ogun. Ogun is the breaker of obstacles. You know what I'm saying?
Sir.
How many people have Ogun their own self?
Yes, sir.
Or worked against themselves? You trying to chop down the fucking barrier and you creating the barrier at the same fucking time.
Yep.
100%.
So you are the answer and the cause. You the question and the answer. You are the fault and the perfection. You're all of that. You just have to understand it. You have to understand how does it apply to you as a manifest creation? Why has the creator created you? What's your fucking purpose, my nigga? You can kill every argument with that. I don't give a fuck what you saying. Why was you created to be here for, motherfucker? Go find your own self. If you want to be aggressive with it like that, I'm just saying. Every individual, we of course gravitate towards frequency vibrations that are similar to ours. Hence the major society. But it's not like no one's trying to be a clone. You got a lot of groups, niggas get in there and they start being clones and shit like that.
Right.
But you know what? That's nothing wrong with that. Because like, you know, what I showed, that's what Jung called well, first of all, it's one of our primal instincts is the social construct, social instinct that we want to be in groups. We want to be the herd mentality. But Jung added to that the religious instinct. That's when motherfuckers add this religiosity to it and then try to make everybody the same based off of how you apply your God to your life. Now you want to apply that shit to everybody's life.
Right. Unfortunately, that's taking advantage of and hijacking. You know, those who know better, you're hijacking that need just to fill their ego needs.
Because the need is a primal instinct. It's a primal, ancient instinct for man, woman, and mankind to want to be in the presence of something greater than themselves, which they call God or whatever, a supreme Lord. Anybody, you just said the other day, Trav, you do the lesser bandaging. I done it. You fucking. It's basically a prayer to a higher deity. You can't do magic without paying homage to the higher deity.
Boom, boom.
You can't say, man, I don't believe in no fucking God and all of that, and think you're gonna get magical powers. Fuck out of here.
I mean, like, that don't even make sense. Like, nah, I don't believe in no God. It ain't nothing higher than me.
Ain't nothing higher than me. That's the whole word.
So your conscious 5 sense ego is the limit of your experience. That's what you're saying. That's the limit of your experience.
That's when I want to rough somebody up to see how far your physical limits can help you out. Once I grab your ass and start fucking roughing you up. See, call God. If you're none higher than you, get away from me right now while I keep busting you all.
I'm not that delusional. I'm not gonna sit up here and say I'm the greatest that there is. Like, come on, man. Like, it's a level of like performing in front of the internet, but like, let's be real. This is not the end of me.
It's about humility. I had to learn that myself, you know what I'm saying? I just be talking my shit, but it's really about humility. You have to be humble. Magic, to obtain the desires of your inner imagination, to bring it out. Because imagination is nothing based, it's nothing but the genie bringing forth your,
hell yeah. You gotta bring
forth
that
your
shit to
talent.
dedication. You gotta bring that shit forward. I feel that shit. Hell fucking yeah.
You gotta have a source of humility, and you have to be awestruck of power. You have to be awestruck of knowing that I'm not even powerful enough to make sure that I can breathe. If I had to motherfucking manually keep breathing, I'd have been dead a long motherfucking time ago, as forgetful as I can be sometimes. Man. A frail ass human being, all of us would be extinct. What's keeping that going, my nigga?
You gotta manually breathe. Talk about a panic.
Oh shit!
You ain't worried about no tax. You ain't worried about no white supremacy around the world. You ain't worried about police brutality. You trying to get that breath.
Trying to breathe. Basic life.
So that shows you all that extra stuff that you so wrapped up in. That has nothing to do with you.
There is a source, whatever you choose to designate it. There is a source of intelligence that operates through the basic human being that keeps the fucking human body going without me doing nothing.
Right.
The human body stays at a particular temperature all day long. You go 2 degrees under the temperature of your human body, you're gonna be fucked around. You'll feel some kind of way. That shit will cause some kind of small, slightly shift in you. Keep going down in degrees in your human body and see what the fuck happens to you. And now you got to take your powerful ass that ain't no higher source of you. Now you're in the motherfucking intensive care unit hospital.
Is there?
But you God though. But you the master of reality though.
You're never supposed to get to that level with arrogance. That's an ahamkara, totally out of control.
And like the vice, because like the highest we go in and like on like in the Malkutic plane, the highest we could go and operate from is T-breath. But the vice there is arrogance, and that's like the last Sephiroth, like corruptible by the Leviathan.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Discrepancy. And you can see that by the cliphotic paths, the names of them, you know what I'm saying? They stop you whatever how you want to say those guardians or those paths, especially the 30-second path, they want to stop you from going above what you're doing. But like, you don't need to go over there. You good right here, man. Why are you trying to go over there? And then when you keep trying to go, now all some ancient memory gonna pop up in your ass, make you feel whatever way it needs you to feel. So you doubt who? Your own self. Because it ain't no coming from anywhere else. It ain't influenced by nobody else, only but this. How many people have made scenarios up based off of how somebody made you feel? The scenario of beating them up, or the scenario of having a conversation with them, and you're really talking in your mind. So, you know, that I would have said this motherfucker, and you ain't never go back to talk to that person ever, but you didn't create it in your mind, a whole dialogue with them. So those should be the foundation, you know what I'm saying? That, and I only talk from my own experience. I talk from based off of how I had to write on my own self. You know what I'm saying? I had to learn, like, yo, it ain't nobody creating none of your situations. You're creating it yourself, and you had to keep refining. Well, what does that mean? And you sharpen it more. That's like masonry. You're given a common gavel as one of your working tools as an apprentice. You gotta chip off the fucking the stone so you can make it usable. It's called chipping off the rough hues of a stone. Most people don't know how to do the mathematics of themselves and measure their own self up, because they're measuring themselves up against someone else.
What was y'all said last speaker said, what's inside your sphere of availability?
Yeah.
Yes, yes, sir. I hear that shit. All fire. I'm catching bars, man. I'm dropping it, man. And I love it because, like, I don't think people understand what's inside it's in your hands. I'm using this shit to better myself every day. You know what I mean? And I love you guys. Look, yo, when ad come, I'm ready. First course, I'm ready. I don't know about everybody else in the chat. It's fire bun. Like, we here. And it's all about, like, bettering yourself, man. You can look outside your window, which I'm doing right now. You can hopefully hear the cars. And you can see people doing their own thing. But we're doing our own thing, you know what I mean? Yeah. I don't think anybody else is better than themselves, but we are. Because the knowledge is inside yourself, you know what I mean? Until you, like you said, you can bring it out, shit, that's on top of you, man. I love this shit, man. I get passionate. I feel it. And it's all about, like you said, like, it's all inwards, outwards, man.
Beautiful. That's what it is. We have to turn our eyes inward. Once you turn your eyes inward, that's when you'll be able to, and like you just said, what you're doing the inner work. Messing with certain Vedic meditations and mantras and Bij mantra, I close my eyes a lot now during when I'm out and about. If I'm somewhere and I gotta sit there for a while or something, I'll close my eyes. I'll go into my own self instead of having to interact with what's going on out in the outside if it's nothing that I want to be involved in. So the whole thing, I spend a lot of time inside myself now. So when I go out, I'm capable of maintaining the mastery. Because it's easy to go out and be disturbed. You know what I'm saying? It's like I went to a little get together yesterday. So I made, so I went over there, boom, everybody, yeah. So I went and I sat down and I just was looking at everybody, I'm listening to the conversation. It's like I'm seeing like just particles of light information. It's like this was going on right here at this part. This going on right here, this part. Boom, boom, boom. And you know who was all coming over there where I was at? All kids. All the kids coming over there to meet. Show him one dude's playing his video game on his phone. I said, what you got? Well, he digging in, boom, boom. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just like, I don't know what this is, but I would rather be around a bunch of children than be around some of these adults.
Yeah.
Because the energy is so deflated. I can't even, and like I said, you know, with practicing the code, we all know about energy eating. If you was who hasn't as an occultist practitioner, no, you should know how to eat energy. It wasn't even nothing there to eat for me.
Man, oh my gosh.
Because it's like creative, like going. I'm not the best reader, but I do study and I practice everything applicable that I can apply in my own life. Creative imagination is one of the most important things that we can learn from kids.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And what they show us, it's like, God damn, bro. What am I missing in my own life? What the fuck is they doing?
They don't have any filters.
Yeah.
We grew up in
so you're saying the
corrupted
Western
vessel.
societies put filters on us then? Oh, which I totally understand. We got hella filters on us. But we gotta I hate filters. What I like to live my sleeves on my wrist, like they say. You know what I mean?
It made me so happy to just look. I was just there with the kids. You know what I'm saying? I'm just like looking at the kids, they walking around, they running. I'm like, yo, these kids ain't worried about none of this garbage that the rest of us adults running around here worried about, man.
Bills.
I
And they eat up all your food.
I told one of the little kids, I said, I'm giving a roll out. He's like, can I roll out with you? I said, nah, you got to stay here, little man. So anything like that, if you ever invite me to a function and there's kids, I'm always the person, your kids come over there to me. I don't know why, but people, I can rock with people's kids. They be like, yo, my son don't talk to nobody. I'm surprised he over there with you. I'm like, yeah, it's my homie. You know what I'm saying? And that's the only reason I know that pattern. I know the reason why. Kids deal with energy.
Right.
They close to energy. If you got children and your children don't rock with somebody instantly, you supposed to not question your whole relationship with that person. Like, yo, what's up with you? Every time you come around, my motherfucking daughters don't want nothing to do with you.
Right. You talk about no filters. You know, my son, it's some people, soon first encounter, hey, this is someone, say hello. You won't look at them, acknowledge them, want nothing to do with them. Whereas other people, it's completely different, you know? That's happening on an energetic level. And
that's what it is. So now as a magician, let's now change the frequency of the conversation. As a magician, what can you do? You can tap into that kid energy. You can use that. How to harness that purity that when you come amongst people, you can already start detecting unwanted or undesirable people in your atmosphere based off of you utilizing the childlike nature of yourself. Yeah. And or tapping into the childlike imagination to utilize the tree of life. So that's the whole thing about becoming a student. I had to learn that years ago, especially with certain information. You have to become a child to learn. You got to go back to your childlike nature. Going back to kindergarten. One of my nieces, I think she is going to kindergarten. As soon as I walked up, she came right up to me. She's like, Uncle, the whole front living room set missing off the whole top of her mouth, nothing but gums. Uncle, guess what? I'm gonna get me a book bag. I said, yeah. So what's going on with the book? I'm going to school. And she was so happy about that shit. You know what somebody else would have did? This is the opposite. Man, I homeschool my kids. You know what I'm saying? I ain't with, with the bringing my kids to public school. She could care less. if she was going to school in a fucking trailer house. Motherfucker, happy. All she was worried about was getting them crayons and that book bag.
Right.
It was
That's
something.
deep.
It
That's
was
deep,
something
bro.
bigger to her.
That's deep.
It was something just about her knowing. And she was dead. I looked in her eyes, and her eyes was warm. It was glossy eyeballs of a little kindergarten kid. I'm getting the book bag and the crayon.
Because that's the youth trying to. That's so powerful to me, man. Because that's the
We
youth.
lose that. We lose that when we get older. We become grouchy. We grouchy. We
Tired of work.
irritated and shit like that.
It's fucked up. That's crazy, Shango. That's all fire.
Yo.
Notice how they don't need a bunch of complex stuff to be happy, entertained, and just thrilled with life. I'm getting a book bag is what she was excited about.
So
We're getting books.
Meanwhile,
We're getting books.
And
we're happy. Most people don't get happy over books, bro. Appreciate that much. I'm so happy about that one.
That's why I laughed with Trav. That's why I laughed at Trav that time. I laughed at you, Trav. I said, everybody who was seeing Trav do his book opening, he always rubbed the book. That's that childlike nature. You touch the book, you be like, damn. So what you're saying is, man, I finally got you in my hands. You feel so soft. There's so much inside of you that I haven't experienced yet. That's childlike nature. You got to have a childlike nature to study the path of the magician.
I was telling stuff before we went live. The stack of books that I just bought, I sleep with those things next to my head. Got a spot on my bed right there.
So you can absorb the energy right into you. You might be reading them in the astral.
Call it what you want, but that's exactly what I'm doing.
Yeah. See, and that's the whole thing, man. We're trying to take the conscious mind and we're trying to take the subconscious mind and make them things see each other. And all that is you're staring. Why do you think you got to do mirror work?
Reflection.
That's what a mirror. You're looking at yourself. Anybody who has a black mirror knows
that's fire.
The longer you stare into a black mirror, you're gonna start seeing yourself transform into multiple different things. You'll start seeing the reflections of all the stuff that's
we feel that's that Anubis.
Yes, exactly.
Yes, sir. With all them failures that we didn't get over, them obstacles. Go back once again.
That shit then got motherfucking stored away in a motherfucking locker in your subconscious mind. That all of something you didn't failed at something when you was 5 years old, and it makes so much energy inside of you. You didn't store that away. So now you're 25 and you fail at something not even as bad, but it triggers that whole 5-year-old shit within you.
I gotta go in some personal life now because this is deep. I don't give a fuck because this is real. I don't know. I'm so bad at doing this, but like this is like me building my own thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because it's hard. Like like my birthday just passed. You know what I mean? But it's also awesome because like through my personal life when I'm working on something happened. Like I was like, oh, I had a hiccup because I fell off the gate. You know what I mean? Like the threshold. You know what I mean? They always say what I learned them saying is when things get tough, you cannot break the toughness almost because that's when it really matters.
Happy birthday, Leo.
I appreciate that.
Happy birthday, yeah.
And that shit was like, it happened on my birthday. And that's the funniest thing. I'm like, what the fuck? But see, because I fell off one day, I'll never work on my birthday. I'm like, yo, I'm a Leo. Like, I fall back and I just do my thing. And I was like, yo, it shows the hard work that we've been. I just can't look. I'm humble. Like, it's so beautiful. It really is because what you guys are speaking of is, like I said, goes against transformation of self. You know,
Yeah.
once you can apply the things that you're doing yourself, hard work.
Nobody's.
I'm telling you, all I've been doing is applying what you've been saying and what the fuck y'all motherfuckers saying. And guess what, motherfucker? It works. Testimony, motherfuckers. Like I'm about to get my own crib. I'm about to look. I've been applying this. Like it's really personal but it's not because I don't give a fuck. Because it's not because it's everybody. I look at everybody in my life and they see the same shit. When you can apply a creative imagination, pulling from the spheres that we're about to go into, right? Oh, it gets deep.
Extremely.
Well, we can align ourselves. Go ahead. I want to rant. Yo, motherfuckers going in.
I'm big on that, especially when coming to practice.
Excuse
You
me.
definitely got to have your own space. I'm big on you got to have your own space, man. Anybody who want to progress, you got to really analyze yourself and know where you're at and know where you want to go. It has to be a serious purpose. You can't just want to do a huge study of something just to say I want to make money or I want to love magic and shit like that. That shit is not the study of magic. It's really perfecting your life to vibrate a higher frequency while you on Malkuth. Mm-hmm. So eventually, as you continue to get older, when you feel like it's time to check out, you check out of here peacefully and consciously. Not on some old sick shit like, oh, I wish I had more time. Now a motherfucker transition. The last thing you think about is you wish you had more time. Well, here you come again, motherfucker.
And you said it earlier, we got the time now in our fucking hands. Right now.
Right now.
Right the fuck now. Put the like button. Hit the like button. Please. You feel me, Trap?
Hit
the like button because we got it in our hands. Everything you want is inside yourself. And I look up every day and I'm like, oh, goddamn, I gotta go to work. I still go to work. You know what I mean? I'm a cook. I love it. I love cook. Yo, shit. Y'all will find about it because that's gonna be a part of all that shit too. A clean, healthy regimen that we can eat a solid diet. Yeah, I got that already planned out, and it's been a fucking plan.
Beautiful.
And it's really once you get to a high level to a mastery and independence and individual, like some of the sages, they're not eating sattvic diets.
I seen it today. Yes, sir.
Practicing Agoris are definitely
yes, sir. Yep.
Rastafari. Motherfuckers that eat a whole human leg.
Yes, sir.
Now, I'm not saying I don't know. You know what I'm saying? That's the grade levels of Tantra. It's multiple levels. We're on one particular frequency of Tantra from studying of Sivananda and those. That's only one particular frequency.
Right.
Thousands of frequencies in India, and none of them are religious. All of this modern shit is just a lot of these practices they doing now. Those are modern day religious people practicing ancient ways as a religion. India never was no fucking religion. Well, it was practices. It was science.
Ooh, but consider this though. We talk about egregors and hive mind. So what if the exoteric groups, what if their purpose is to be somewhat of a battery to fuel the energy for these deities? And then the esoteric group, right, the scientists, they're able to use that.
I think that's absolutely right. what's that movie, Trav, that called Cabin in the Woods? You ever seen that movie? They had to sacrifice these fucking kids to these ancient gods under the ground.
Oh shit, on Netflix. Yeah, I know you're talking about. That's just
Cabin in the Woods. Of course, they
yeah, that shit was funny.
of course, it's a campy movie. It's that, you know what I'm saying? That's how they had to, but they had to sacrifice the jock. They had to sacrifice a virgin.
Yep.
They had to sacrifice a fool. And they had to sacrifice somebody else who was vain.
Oh, it sounds like the oh man, it's getting deep.
Those are the elements. So
Yes,
what
sir.
they did, those are atmospheres, temperaments. Because don't forget, temperaments go back to the elements. So the whole thing, they had to sacrifice them to appease, and not just have these appeasing lords. This government agency or whatever it was had motherfucking all kind of goblins and ghouls and shit locked away in glass cases under the ground.
You just made me think of something.
Yeah, when the whole funny thing was, they had the camera and they would show multiple different countries dealing with like apparitions and shit like that. So they had in China, they had these kids. They had the camera was in a room, and the fucking on TV all you see is some fucking ghost terrorizing all the fucking kids in the classroom in Japan. But then later on, them same kids they showed was chanting some shit, singing a song, holding that motherfucking ghost that they didn't turn that motherfucker into a frog. So they didn't use magic on them. So that you gotta watch these movies. They give you little hidden little gems.
What movie is
think
it?
about. It's called Cabin in the Woods. But the main thing I was mentioning about that is just the sacrifice, as you said, these outer orders, because this you could think about these. It had a religious overtone to why they had to appease these older gods so they don't destroy the earth. So there wasn't a group of people who, first of all, knew that this shit was real.
Okay.
And secondly, they the ones who take care of this shit over a couple of years. They send you to some fake place that everything, the atmosphere was all fake. The moon was fake. The smells were fake. Cameras all over the fucking place.
Shit.
That's what they did to set you up to be killed so your blood could appease the fucking these gods.
Egregors.
Egregors.
Yes, sir. I feel that fire. Let's go. I'm telling you, this shit fire, bro.
That's why they make movies like that. These people aren't that intelligent to come up with these grand.
Yo, Shango, let me get you right here. You said earlier, I got you, bro. They're holding our knowledge, like you said earlier. And like end of the day, this is the time. Time is now for everybody.
Yeah.
To do what they need to do.
Because they trying to stop. They trying to stop. Because that's the next. See, on this planet, Malkuth, it's no different than the tree of life is like, you know how you see them locks, how they turn a certain way, they all spin. Don't forget, these things are like the chakras, so they're spinning, whirling emanations. But at a certain time, they align and they open up because they deal with astrology as well. So
yes, sir.
Planets and these energies and these sephira align, a door opens up. But the door may only be
We need
open.
Kristen tonight. We need Kristen because it's a portal open up today.
It's a portal. So even just like
it's
this,
the Lions Gate.
So they call it the lines. They call it multiple, all kind of shit. There's a whole bunch of them.
I know. I wanted to go into that a little bit. That's a little fire.
When they open, that's when you have access to do certain things, and certain things could happen. So that's why we have to be aware of that type of shit. That's what it is right now. There's a particular energy. I don't know what the name is, and I'm not gonna try.
Jason Months. I get code word.
And we are a part of that information that's opening up these channels. If you don't practice or get your shit together now, the fucking door gonna close.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Lions Gate and that December superhero month and like
All of that shit.
and all that stuff. It's you can get excited about it, but that doesn't apply to you if you're not doing any work.
It ain't no different, Trav, than making legalized, nationalizing Juneteenth as a national holiday. That's nothing but an open portal to keep a motherfucker locked into some slavery shit. And not just some slavery shit. The niggas got the fucking alert that slavery was over by snail mail. Shit got to you. So we're supposed to celebrate, because motherfuckers got the notice late that y'all ain't slaves no more. That's a celebration. No, that's some kind of ritual that y'all fucking doing with that shit. That ain't no different than St. Patrick's Day. At least St. Patrick's Day got some magic involved with that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Does it?
There's Irish magic, you know what I'm saying? Just basically got symbolism.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, I know about it, but like, yeah, man, that's
They
that's
deal
the day
with
of people. See, that's why I love the Western mind. I love it.
Isn't that? Then we just say Gregor. Don't they feed the spirits? They get drunk as a motherfucker on
Yes, sir. That's all I said.
to Boston on St. Patrick's Day. It ain't nothing but drunk.
Or you go to Mardi Gras on down south.
All of that is builds up to one major force energy.
Even bring it back home, like every Friday and Saturday. As soon as people get off work and people get out of school, there's an egregor being fed, right?
Yep.
Well, real quick, I want to go ahead and say thank you to everybody who's gone ahead and donated right now. With this GoFundMe that I opened up today, you know what I'm saying, people have already donated $790, and they're here within the chat.
Yo, I say
300, and then in my Cash App, there's been about another 300. So I appreciate you guys. All of that is going towards the app. All of it is going towards the app. All of it's going towards the fees for working with developers and producing the physical materials that I'm going to be sending out. So I want to thank you for going ahead and donating. If you haven't and you want to, the link's right up here in the chat, and I will be posting it a lot everywhere else. But I appreciate you. Thank you.
That's dope.
And this goes back to what Django said like a few months ago. But what's the biggest holiday we really do celebrate? Our birthday. But you feeding like the biggest egregor out here is you.
Damn.
And you got an opportunity every year. You could actually change the deity every year. You can change the egregor every year. You can reinvent yourself, or you can put something in the atmosphere every year. You can have your own birthday cake and blow out the candle and do a secret invocation to something. People don't even know you invoking. It's a make a wish. Who are you wishing to?
Yeah, it's funny, bro. You don't understand that shit.
What child has ever asked, well, who am I supposed to wish to? They automatically know to them fucking self. You the creator of what you want. People give all the energy, you know, this is the only thing people, they get upset because they think Christianity, well, you know, I guess praise God. If it wasn't for God, I wouldn't have. You know what? There's kind of a truth to that. That's just a creative force that you, if it's the infinite of infinites, then you can get infinite shit.
You're the one that puts the name and the label and the limit on it. You're the one that does that. So vision clearly what it is that you want.
So much ritual takes place every Sunday.
Sunday. Hell, Monday. People hate Mondays.
There's a Eucharist in church, and there's a Eucharist ritual in the occult circle as well. Baptism, because all of those were original practices of indigenous people.
Better yet, Eucharist, you like you Christ. You got a you Christ inside
All
yourself.
that type of shit. All you're doing is and it ain't nothing but a shudi. It's a purification practice.
Right.
And why you think when you watch them in India and the Ganges, they dip themselves under the water? That's baptism. You're supposed to dip your whole body in water so it cleanses and cools off your outer shell. Man, this shit is, it just keeps on going, man.
And see that should go to show, like, if you're in the current, you're gonna get swept away and get lost. The information is unlimited. See, the thing about manifest prakriti is that it has no beginning and it has no end. It just continues going in cycles. So if you want to progress and get off that wheel, you're gonna have to get into the center of that storm, and you're gonna have to find the keys that you'll find repeating all over the place. If you can get those basic keys, then you don't need to catch the whole ocean in a bucket, because you're gonna know what exactly to look for. So you'll notice there's a difference between context and content. I keep saying that. Context is this tree, this diagram. It's just a diagram, but you fill it in with content. And what you understand is that if you work from the center of a diagram of a context, it doesn't matter what the content is, you're going to know where to put it. And that's how you're able to navigate through a never-ending onslaught of data, because you got a way to organize it. Most people don't. That's why they get lost and confused and overwhelmed. Got to have your context in order.
And once you have that in order, you're able to write the narrative. You write the narrative based off of your foundation, right. Your content and your context. How you gonna put it all together? You write the story. Go back and watch the movie, Never Ending Story. He was writing, he was the fucking reader and the creator of the fucking story at the same time.
Right.
He was conscious. He was conscious and subconscious.
At one point, he was in the content, and then at the end, he realized, hey, if you want this thing to keep going, you're gonna have to switch over to the context. Yeah. Had to pull him up out of the story and say, look, you the one that's writing this thing. This is what's happening with y'all right now. You're having the opportunity to get pulled up out of the story in order to continue writing it. Otherwise, what, the black smog is going to take over everything and wipe it all out?
Wasn't going to be no more planet no more. The planet of, shit, wasn't it called the realm of imagination or some shit? A story world, or what? She held the little spark or something. I just watched another movie about that. It was yo, didn't they do that in this new He-Man? They destroyed the
Yo, fire, go ahead. I know what you're talking about.
First of all, they killed He-Man straight up off the top.
There's another He-Man.
And they destroyed his sword. So they play.
That's from 19. What year did He-Man come out? You gotta go back because people forget time and dates.
They just redid He-Man though, a new one.
Yeah, I know that because that was before I was born, bro. I'm keep it 100.
He-Man is like
1980s.
Yeah, something like that. Late 80s, early 90s.
And what they brought back is showing you that the energy is outwash it. I mean, that was the most beautiful story. They would remember, oh shit. Oh, hold up. Parzival. Everybody knows that name, right? Parzival, the fool.
Mm-hmm.
Did I say more? Because He-Man, they showed you that nigga wasn't shit.
Damn.
That nigga was a prince. So let me talk my shit, right? Wasn't he, Shango?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was lofty and beautiful. But that's not the real story of nobody that knows. I do remember watching He-Man. That's the funniest thing about it. Because all the younger kids don't probably really remember that what He-Man really had to do about.
Yeah.
dedication and how what you have to do.
I didn't even know they remade this movie.
Yeah, that's the funny
They
part
didn't
about it.
remake this thing, Trav. You know what I'm saying? And put what it is, like I was saying earlier, that the cycles of information or these portals, they go up and they go down. You know what I'm saying? So we're at a particular point where they're bringing back a lot of things of the past,
Mm,
they're bringing it into the modern thought right now,
mm.
because as Mally just said, it come with a specific energy that they're trying to recapture something with that.
Yeah.
They're trying to spark up something with that type of shit. It ain't no different. See, 50 Cent has become a disseminator of memes. He's become a disseminator of that type of energy. He got power, and now he got the whole different. He got the Canaan shit. He's trying to put out some sort of energy as we're trying to refine ourselves and progress. You're bringing out all these gangster shits, and now you want to make a whole BMF movie. Leave that shit where it was at. But at the same time, movies are made because Hollywood is an occult society. You know what I'm saying? There's a reason why they allowing him or funneling money to him so he can bring this energy out. What are they trying to do? What are you trying to do with that? Make niggas go back to the BMF era? What are you trying to spark with people? While at the same time, people like us and hundreds of more niggas are trying to want nothing to do with that type of shit. We can care less about power. We can care less about that. We caring about trying to expand the consciousness of our mind and make the subconscious become conscious of the consciousness. And consciousness become conscious of subconsciousness.
Character training, the purposive re-education of both the conscious and the subconscious mind. I had to write that down.
He hit it with that, didn't he?
I don't think people realize like that's literally what we're doing here. Like people don't, y'all listen, if I had known this 10, 15, 20 years ago, I would have saved so much pain and struggle. The first step is character training, the purposive re-education of both the conscious and the subconscious mind. And see, some people, they think it's one or the other. Some people just try to reprogram the conscious mind, but ignore that subconscious, right? They still got all that shadow work they're avoiding. Then you got some people that strictly focus on the subconscious, but ignore the conscious mind. But it's got to be done together in harmony and balance. It's kind of like, you know, you can look at a person who wants to just be spiritual and they neglect the quote unquote real world. So now they're out here neurotic and antisocial, and they can't function amongst people because they stopped being amongst people, but they read all the spiritual books. Then you got people who avoid everything spiritual and they're just wrapped up in the world. Like those two are on the same level. People who are just in the world and ignore spiritual stuff, and people who are just spiritual and ignore worldly stuff. There's got to be a balance between the two.
Yeah.
Influence of Lucifer and Ahriman.
Uh-oh. The book?
Yep. It talks about like one group of people is overly spiritual, but at the same time, like the ones that are overly mundane, like it's the same level. Like it fuels the same machine.
Good
Dropping it.
And what you were just saying, I just got to go back to that book again, Trav. It says this acquisition of balance is of paramount importance for anyone who desires to operate the higher magic, whereby his indwelling spirit may manifest itself through the veil of the earthly tabernacle. And it is for this reason, too, that in the Eastern tradition, it is said that discrimination is the first virtue of the path. For the power of the indwelling light pouring through into the lower personality energizes and activates all its levels,
Mhm.
good and bad. Disassociated complexes explode, as it were, and the whole psychic and mental nature is thrown into ferment. So that's the whole thing. Once we start, you start, like you said, the acquisition of power and balance is important. You have to blend them two together, but you have to have the power of discrimination. You have to be self-discrimination, self-discernment.
And even okay, so yes, Niranjanandananda told us about this in his book about Jnana Yoga, and he talked about the first thing that you got to cultivate in this whole self-work is discrimination. You've got to know what's for me and what's not for me. If you're going to be taking this path seriously, you've got to cut some things out that are not going to serve you, that are not going to be useful, and not going to be appropriate for your path.
Yeah.
But how are you going to know what's useful and appropriate? How are you going to know what to discriminate against unless you know where you're headed and what you're trying to do?
And that has to start with what? A purpose, too. Why do I need to take this path? Why? On the tree of life, you can take the zigzag path and bounce back all around 11th path, 12, 13, 20, 30, 50, all of that, all over. Or you can say, I'm going a direct path. I'm going from Malkuth to fucking Kether.
Like
So you're gonna go from Malkuth to Yesod, Tippereth, and Kether. 4 spheres. But you got to be very discriminated. Isn't discrimination the path of discrimination they use? Isn't that one of the paths on the tree?
Yes, Malkuth, or the virtue of Malkuth.
So that just answered the whole thing.
Nice.
So that just answered the whole.
Wait a minute now. So that's the start. Discrimination.
And he said what? In the Eastern tradition, it is said that that discrimination is the first virtue of the path.
God Almighty. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. MC Maestro. Right there in Mystical Kabbalah, chapter 25, Malkuth, the virtue is discrimination. That's exactly what we're talking about.
So we actually are traveling. We actually are. Oh shit! I might be giving too much away to let people know that. Damn, the Magic Society, them niggas trying to fuck with the middle pillar.
Oh man, I thought y'all was dark side. I thought y'all was left hand path. Oh, man. I thought y'all niggas was dark side.
Oh, middle pillars.
Trav, that's why you don't talk about demons no more.
And you see how it works without even following behind any of these people that we read. We still follow what they did. The middle pillar that's Israel with Goldie shit all day.
Yeah.
But the middle pillar, the middle path, that's the hardest fucking path.
Let's go. I've never been afraid of a challenge.
Think about how under a discriminating eye that you yourself will be placed by starting what you're starting. How many people, there's so many people secretly, of course it happens, that be like, man, this nigga ain't starting no fucking school. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because doing something creates the adverse of that something that you're doing.
Yeah.
Because it exists already. What you're doing already existed. Your human has been placed in line by the Atman, or the inner Brahma, the inner guru, has fettered the horse and leading the fucking horse where it needs to fucking be. And the horse is drinking the water.
Exactly.
You know how to say you can lead a horse to water, we can't? No, you're supposed to lead that motherfucker to water and make his ass drink, because we're not going to be sitting around here all fucking day. We gotta drink this water so we can get the fuck out of here, man.
Oh, now you're thirsty. After 20 years, now you're thirsty. All right. Drink up so we can get the hell up out of here. Ground to cover.
But this, it just keeps getting, like you said, that such a fate awaits all who essay the magical art is, of course, untrue. And as a matter of observation, the magical rituals properly used can be of the greatest assistance in producing that state of inner equilibrium, which is the basis of the great work. Inner equilibrium is the basis of the great work. The great art.
So to touch on when you were first, that part that you were first reading, what he was saying before that a lot was about how some of the myth and superstition that they used to have back in the day, a little bit less now, but maybe some Christians still hold on to it, is that, you know, dabbling with the occult will make you go crazy and insane. And yeah, that's going to be true if you don't do this inner equilibrium first, because working with what we're talking about here, this science, it will get you into contact. Like, I'm at that point now where what I'm talking about and teaching here, it's not like maybe you'll get psychic powers. Like, no, you will make contact. But the thing is, it's going to be so much better for you if you structure yourself in such a way that it's not going to be damaging. That's why so much effort is put into focus on taught with Shuddhi and inner purification, shadow work, and all this stuff. I know it's kind of lame to some people, but if you don't get this stuff right as the foundation, when you do start hearing about and learning about these techniques that work, you're going to end up hurting yourself if you're not balanced first. That's what made people go crazy and have this bad luck, because they weren't balanced.
Go
ahead, Django.
I was gonna say, the more you do your study, you begin to hear the words that they haven't written as authors. They're not going to, the westernized occultist is not going to give you every single fucking thing from word for word, every fucking thing. So these Western, Dion Fortune and them not going to tell you, yeah, when we went over there, when we started dealing with the guru, we were initiated in certain practices. They had to go through some shit because they were what? They were already practicing certain things that they were already in fraternities. So they were already used to initiation and knew how protocol goes. You can't just be given certain yoga practices and not be initiated into that society. So they were going over there getting initiation, no different than Europeans going to fucking Nigeria, you're being initiated into Ifa. So you know what I'm saying? So they've been doing that, but they're not going to tell you the process of their meditation because a lot of them were Masons, and that's the type of code that they hold to. Man, you can talk about Masonry all day, but what you weren't supposed to talk about was your process of initiation. So that's the whole thing. So they're writing about it. They're not using the word Shuddhi, but they're using purification. Oh, you have to, your base foundation has to be balanced and with equilibrium.
There we go.
Well, how are you supposed to do that? Well, when I went to India, I underwent a process and I was taught it was called Tattva Shuddhi.
Notice how, you go ahead and see my
All right. It's a real quick thing, but like I went back and watched the video you did with the Black Tower, and then like that really put everything together for me, because you know, these quote unquote spooky practices, they're not really that, but they're just made like you're supposed to come at them with a level of balance. So even initiation to hermetics, he gives the whole philosophy, the black and white mirror, then you work with the elements, and he gives like a little different version of taught with Shuddhi, and then you get into spirit contact.
Yes.
But we like to just jump straight in the deep end of the pool, have no idea what swimming is.
So yes, perfect. And I know that people get a real bad taste in their mouth and a real, panties all up in a bunch whenever they hear the word initiation. Thanks, Brother Panic. So everybody hears initiation and I don't need to be initiated. I don't want to do it. Nah, nobody wants to do it. So can't come at it with that language. It has to be produced in a different language. So we noticed, or at least I noticed, and I shared it in our Instagram group, that even like certain orders like the Golden Dawn and several others, there's a framework that they follow to go through the levels. And a lot of times that framework begins with, pretty much the flow of books that we've been going through. With one of the levels being Dharana, one of the levels being Tatwa vision, one of the levels being a knowledge of astrology, right? Like everything that we've been through, if you've been following and doing and reading, you have been initiated into this particular current. But if you've just been kind of off on the periphery and foregoing the work when you had the opportunity, you may be missing something spiritual here.
Right.
Greetings, Tony Martinez.
I think a lot of people do want to be initiated too. Like some people, just as much people that have something bad about initiation, there's just as a lot of people that want to be initiated. They do, because that's just, like I said, that's just a part of their primal nature. They would, this a social gathering of those who are similar to them. You know what I'm saying? That we've all, an initiation process makes us all together. That's like the whole thing with Masonry. It'll tell you in these stories that princes, kings, and pontiffs have gone through the same process of initiation as you are about to go through. So that's what makes Masonry equal on all lines, because a king could be a Mason, you could be a Mason, and y'all are both similar in that science, because no one is higher than the next, because we both know the secrets of what we went through. So we know the codes, the language, the foot stance, and all of that type of shit. So where I'm supposed to be able to recognize you in the dark and you recognize me in the dark. You know what I'm saying? So that's the whole thing. So people want to be a part of something where they are a part of a group that you've gone through a certain process of togetherness. You know what I'm saying? It's just like a rites of passage. You know?
That third chakra, right?
Huh?
That third chakra needing to express itself.
Yeah. And it's all part of the tree too, because they're all the same thing. The chakra system is a part of the tree. The tree is a part of the chakra system. It's all like this. It's all the same thing to me now.
I remember in the mystical Kabbalah in the very beginning, Dion Fortune was talking about how the chakra system and the Kabbalistic system are very similar, but they're not exact. And she said that you don't want to make the error of committing violence against the tree in that respect by forcing the chakras onto the tree. And I noticed that there was stuff that she hinted at but didn't get to. So that's one of the reasons why I was reading some of her other work. And the one I was reading yesterday, it talked about how one of the major differences, which is also a key, is that the chakra of Malkuth and Yesod, those have a lot to do with the circuit of flow and activating this light. But yeah, basically, in the Kabbalistic system and the tradition that we're working with here, Yesod is at the level of where Mulad Hara is. And actually, Mulad Hara and Malkuth are at the feet. And while that may seem trivial, that's extremely important for these visualization exercises and for our everyday lives. You got to understand, the Easterners in their everyday lives, the Indians, they're sitting down meditating, feet up on the knees. We don't do that over here. So the postures that are taking, the asanas during meditation, those are like sigils, right? Those are physical sigils that align with the etheric body, the etheric double. And that has an effect on what type of energy and currents are flowing into your etheric body to build it in a specific way. But since us as Westerners, we walk different, we sit different, we eat different, we talk different, our chakras are a little bit different too. So that's why in Regardi's middle pillar exercise, he starts with Malkuth and Muladhara down at the feet, because we're pulling up those elemental earth energies through the feet.
And those are all signs for people who practice that. They recognize a master by that sitting stance. If you're able to sit in that particular asana, then you would be considered a master, but it's also the doing the deep with the crossing of the feet. The left heel is supposed to be pressed into the perineum, where biologically that's where the Muladhara chakra is and can be activated. So that's supposed to sit there, and the man is supposed to sit there to the point where it presses against basically your scrotum or your penis area to keep it under control. Because when you start dealing with raising your chakra, your kundalini, you can get turned on.
Yes, and she mentions that in the this book as well, about how there's a step to it, how you can tell you're activating this energy. When you pull up those earth elemental energies from Muladhara, the next place they go is Yasad, and instantly that transforms into a sexual energy. Ooh,
so that deals with your gonads and your ovaries and shit. And think about the image of Baphomet. Baphomet got some hard, perky breasts, nipples hard, and phallus fully erect, and the fire above the head. Kundalini so awakened.
Yep. And see,
that's why that's a gray area of practice. Sexual alchemy within the Tantra practice. That's only one. That's a whole nother particular school. And it ain't a lot of written works on that.
That's very hard for Westerners. That actually causes a blockage because most people don't get past that. When that sexual energy gets turned on, we break that concentration and go do something else. So what's supposed to happen after that is that energy is supposed to be taken from the etheric Yasad center, and you're supposed to move it up to the solar center and convert that energy. It's incredibly difficult for the average Western mind to do that.
Sometimes you have to burn it out. There's practices where you have to, some practices you have to raise it up in a person, let them get it out in the primal way that they used to, so you could, as the practitioner, you're guiding their energy so high that once they release, they're burned out from that shit. So now they have so now their energy physically has been burnt out. So now that in turn makes their mind more what? Receptive to information now. That's a form of trance. I just gave away a lot of, if that's serious shit right there. You know what I'm saying?
Been doing that for quite a minute here today on this stream. I hope people are paying attention and catching this stuff, man. Because like recently, these past couple of, anyways, I changed the subject so people will forget. I was practicing some of these new etheric projections, and I noticed that happened pretty damn instantly. One of the things that the new authors and also Fortune talk about is that in the astral realm, when you are actually astral projecting, it becomes more difficult for this cleansing process because the energies are more wild, they're more loose, they're not contained. It's easy to do right now, right? What Malik was saying, as far as you do it now, do it today, that's incredibly important because today is the easiest because you got that friction. Shango was talking about, because I'm doing this app, there's going to be people to oppose it. That's necessary. That's part of this plane. You need that friction so that you can move, right? If there wasn't no friction, we couldn't walk. But that's only taking place in the physical realm. That's not in the astral. When you get in the astral, what you think and what you feel begins to manifest before you. There's no friction. It's there. So when you're up there in them upper planes and you pull up that earth energy and you pull up that etheric energy and them sexual thoughts come, right? Since you didn't practice non-attachment, because you talking about, we having astral orgies, because that's what you're doing out here. You're not able to transmute that energy up to the solar center. So all these people talking about the astral projection and orgies, no, I promise you're not. I know you're not. You got the discipline to do it. I'm telling you.
A lot of people don't realize that each plane of existence has its own laws. So with these particular, the law of sex and regeneration, what plane does that exist in? That's to be baby food. You should know. That's the physical plane. There ain't no need for yoni, wet yoni, and hard phallus in the astral plane. So that's why I said through specific tantra practices, the right guru or instructor or teacher knows some of these individuals, I'm gonna have to turn them on by that practice. And they're gonna have to burn that energy out physically, and that's going to calm them down so that their mind is receptive. That's no different than any other animal. You can't train a dog that's too happy and jumping around and wagging tails and is licking and bouncing and shit. You're gonna have to exercise that dog. You're gonna have to exercise it until you tire him out. Then you give him a treat that's gonna kick in the attention, and now you're gonna teach the dog how to sit down. Now you're gonna teach him how to lay down. Now you're gonna teach him when to come, when you say come, because they didn't got that energy out of them. That's where you get into the gray area of physical sexual tantra. Because some people are so attached to that once you start cleansing and purifying, as you said earlier, once you start purifying something, you ever start cleaning something dirty and it seems like it's getting more dirty as you cleaning the shit? And then eventually it starts getting clean?
Yeah.
I did that to a carpet. I had to fucking power wash one of my carpets. Yo, the whole motherfucking carpet was turning so dirty from me spraying it. I thought the color was coming out of it. But it wasn't. It was fucking sand coming from the bottom levels of the carpet fibers. So that's the same thing as an individual. Going through certain processes of shuddhi, which means what? Purification. It's gonna stir up some dirty shit in you. So if you can't get past that, you're like, yo, just because you feel your sexual energy rising up, that's just the beginning process of your chakra lotuses starting to vibrate. Sushumna's not open yet.
Imagine not being able to, having no discipline against that energy. As soon as that sexual energy starts to awaken, you instantly now need to go relieve yourself. No discipline.
That's the practice of being able to self-restraint.
So if that's a challenge, like that's what I'm just saying, put everything into context. For people that are like, oh, well, I'm trying to astral project, like all these levels are connected. All this energy that you're feeling, you're feeling it in the physical, but you're also experiencing it in these higher levels as well. So there's got to be a reshaping of this lower self. Excuse me, I'm gonna say that quote one more time. Nope, that's not it. Character training, the purpose of re-education of both the conscious and subconscious minds.
Mm-hmm.
It's got to be done. Because that old mind, when that sexual energy starts, I only got one thing on my mind. But this new restructured, re-educated conscious mind knows, okay, this too shall pass. Let's take this energy, this feeling, and let's convert it. Let's focus on the objective and let that energy convert. Old me couldn't do that. Old me had to get it out of my system one way or another. New me understands, okay, we're more disciplined. And what discipline is taking that force and putting it into a form. Deion Fortune talks about that in the Tree of Life.
And that's why it's good to have it. Once you do get those, see, that's where the subliminal work, the subconscious work come in. Even if you do get to that level where the sexual stimulation has popped up, you now can become very artistic with that. You can rechannel that shit. You may draw the next Mona Lisa. You may write one of the greatest books ever written off of that type of shit.
I'm telling you.
You just have to be able to be conscious. It's a consciousness. And that's why it takes individuals like yourself to begin to teach these things, because people, they're not getting the proper education of understanding why does that happen? You understand what I'm saying? Or what am I to do when that happens? They're not getting that. Now you can go to YouTube and look for it, but look at how much shit you gotta filter through before you get to a teacher with sincerity and integrity. Some people don't understand, that type of process.
Speaking of a teacher with sincerity and integrity, so we've looked, right? We had our trip to India, right? And we studied our yoga. We went through Satyananda, Niranjanananda, Satyasangananda, and a few others. Now you and I both know what no videos of Satyananda on YouTube. There was 3 maybe?
Yeah.
We watched them all multiple times. Somebody found in their old basement a whole DVD catalog of Satyananda lectures and just uploaded them all.
Just now did it?
Well, a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
Started uploading Satyananda lectures on multiple topics.
That's serious. I stopped looking for Satyananda in it because it was nothing. I was like, I can just read the books since there's no videos.
And it's raw too. Some of them you can't really hear because the audio's so bad. Some of them in Sanskrit. Some of them are good. But yeah, they just now started unleashing Satyananda lectures.
Unbelievable. We got to get that. We got to get that out.
The reason I didn't say anything when I first found it was, because I don't know what's going on, but I gotta play smart. I downloaded them all first, which is why I'm announcing it. For anybody who wants to go look. So just in case they try to snatch it all away, I went ahead and downloaded them all.
You got them locked in.
Right. So if it disappears, it's gonna reappear. But that's this information, man. It's too precious to just loot. Like I said, we've been looking for his lectures, and we only found 3. So when I saw that, before I watched it, I started downloading them, and then I found that some of them are in Sanskrit, but that's okay.
Yeah. So it's good, man. Like I said, you're doing a good job. You're doing a good job on what you're doing, because the authors, Ophiel, right now dealing with Ophiel. This book is a major key. This book opens a lot of doors.
Yeah. If nothing else, this should help give you a more modern approach to the mystical Kabbalah.
Yeah.
If nothing else. But what it also does is it gives you a good foundation to start with understanding how this system of the Tree of Life works.
Mm-hmm. You're absolutely right. And what's being done now is no different than what's always been done through the Western sciences and Western people. They started groups. They started schools. They started, think about Blavatsky with the whole Theosophical Society.
Each one of these authors we're studying has a school.
Who was it?
I said each one of these authors that we're studying has a school.
You're absolutely right. They all started a school.
So why not?
That shows you that's supposed to be, that's one of the patterns. That's one of the modalities of dealing with this science. It has to be made into a learning society. You got to continue the progress of human evolution towards spiritual. The higher spiritual nature of man has to rule again. Then you will understand what the fuck was going on in ancient Kemet. These niggas was ruled by high science.
And so is our society today, but we just don't know it. So everybody
Yeah.
who's like, you know, I don't like the way the world is, I want to change it. Well, you're not going to change it by posting on Facebook. You change it by bettering yourself so you can become a more efficient tool of your spirit, right?
And then you'll be shocked by what's the good stuff that starts happening. The calmness, the inner peace. But that's basically first we want an inner peace. Once you reach that inner peace, nobody wants to be feeling all anxietied up, tense, and all of that shit. Once you reach that, then what you put forth and start doing work to ask for, it'll come very easy.
Yeah, first I was very, very reluctant to do this, like a group or like a school or whatever. And I know you mentioned it to me tons of times, Chongo. And I know Kristen brought it up a few times as well, but I was like, it's not really what I want to do. I don't know if you remember, but you were always talking about it, Trav, like you need to put this together as like an organization. I don't think so, but that's the way it's supposed to be. That's how it's supposed to be. So let's go.
The platform, the shit is already there. You flowing from the divine scroll.
I'm flowing straight from the survival scroll.
So why not put that shit into a school? You know what I mean? It's because people want to learn. It's no different than if you say, well, I'm gonna go to school to study to be a realtor. First of all, you have to be like, why are you going in? You going into it just to make money? If a person goes to study something just to make money, you're not gonna find it like that. Nope. But if you go in and they be like, yo, this here is something I can add on to my life and my other talents, and possibly can be feasible to make money, then so be it. But this is something I love to do. People who like work, who like their work and like doing what they do as a job, they're the most successful people at that shit.
And take that to the next level with the person we're reading from. I love what he says at the end of this book. Humility. I among you as one who serves. Yeah. Personally, I find that what takes me further than the desire of money or the desire for bettering myself is when I approach this at a way to serve and help people, that takes me all the way.
Yeah. That's what it is too, serving people. Realizing that there's people who want to be helped, who are looking for help, or who've been There's a lot of people out here that have been disappointed by other individuals who call themselves teachers and shit like that. They've been through a lot of, it's almost like domestic violence.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They were in bad relationships with spiritual systems.
You done spend money and you waiting a whole year to get your stuff that you paid for.
Being traumatized by a bully teacher.
Oh man.
Or a teacher has an alternative motive, ulterior motive for teaching.
Yeah.
False tarot, false readers, all of that shit. You ain't supposed. I'm hesitant from fucking with anybody who talk about paying to tarot. If you have to advertise it to me, I ain't rocking with you with that.
Yeah.
Trying to make me feel like a customer. You know what I'm saying?
Holy shit. Listen here, Justin Simmons, I appreciate you. Thank you. Wow. That right there. I got you. Yes. Wow. That's the biggest one yet. Yeah, make sure I get your email. Make sure I get your email. Because like I said, with these different levels, there's going to be different things that I'm offering with this app. So yes, you did send it to the right place. Let me know your email. Thank you also, Stacy. Yeah, this ain't finna be no Umar Johnson stuff, man. This thing is about to be built, and soon. Hear me? I'm trying to get this thing ready by October, but for everybody who's donating at this first class level, want to get this class ready to go by next month so we can get up in here and test this machine out. And then we'll offer it to the public, roll it out slowly through October and through November. But it ain't gonna be no mystery 10 years in the future. Nah, man, we doing this now.
Yeah, I was reading this pathworking book, and then like just to go between the paths, what the author's saying, like in the full-on initiation type setting, it would take them like 5 whole years.
5 whole years.
I'll be staying away from sometimes revealing how long stuff would take sometimes. That be scaring people away so badly. Because a lot of people, they sincerely, there's a lot of people, you know, so that's why you say you enjoy helping, because there's people who sincerely desire and need and want help. I'm talking about they'll cry and stuff like that. They want it so bad. So it's kind of, you don't want to tell them like, yo, this process may take you 5 years. I'm not saying it is, but I want you to realize that this may take you 5 years. That shit may fucking add more. They may cry worse after you tell them that shit. Like, damn, I thought you said you do tot with shooty, and then you clean your insides out. Like, damn.
But you know, what I do find is that for what I love, because sometimes what I like to do, I like to conversate with people, and I don't like to judge, but I like to try to gauge where their level's at. Sometimes I introduce like, hey, this may not happen in the next week or 6 months, or maybe even the next year or two. It's going to take some time. And when they come back with, I'm ready, let's go, that's a good sign, because that shows that they're not even worried about the time frame. They're worried about just getting it right. And when you have that mindset, it's going to happen a lot sooner than 6 years, 5 years, 2 years.
And it also mentions that in ancient writings too. It may take, you never know what your individual destiny and purpose is. You may have the innate ability to level up in a week once how sincere of an effort you put in from the jump.
Right.
If you put in lack energy into the beginning of the process, then what you expect to get back? You're gonna get lack.
That's what he was saying in Basic Magic and the Magician. Like, you get in what you put out, period.
And isn't that what basic science says? That, you know what I'm saying, energy is neither lost nor destroyed. So if your energy is fucking shoddy and medium and shit like that, you only can spark little teeny sparks. What the fuck you expect to get back from the universe? Yo, you're not connecting.
Yeah.
It's like Godzilla's son in the old school Godzilla. He's fucking called Godzuki. Motherfucker thought he was doing something. No, he blowing his smoke circles.
Godzuki.
Motherfucker was coming, stop and go, and a big smoke circle would come out of his mouth. No fire or nothing.
What cruel God created this creature?
You know what I'm saying? That goes back to that self-analysis. You got to know what kind of demon you are, and you got to know what kind of God you are. You got to know what kind of what's your weaknesses and what's your strengths. And you have to be honest with it. If you got weak study habits, the first way to get over that is admit that you got weak study habits.
Right. And
say it to yourself.
You admit to yourself, all right, I got weak study habits. That's a good thing. That's not bad. Like, yes, admit that, because now you can start the process of improving.
It.
But if you go around denying it and running away from it, you're going to keep them weak study habits, and now they have a hard shell and an armor around it. So now you're getting hurt every time you remind yourself of how weak your study habits are.
And the shell, every time you might say shell, you know what that make me think of? That's just ulterior tree. You get what you formulated. That's what you're formulating. You're creating Okay, so like the tree of life, right? When you read certain Kabbalah works, they equivalent the clip off to the old kings of Edom. Like, you know what I'm saying? Basically, the Canaanite kings ruled before there was any Jewish kings. So those early Esau and them Edomites and all of that, they were the kings, which represent the cliphotic tree. They were basically just the tree without no morals. It was a chaotic fucking tree. Anybody can get the fucking smoke if you come over here. So supposedly the Jews, once they got it, they were the chosen people. They came with what? Order, structure, peace. Everything is refined for a purpose. There ain't no need for this overly active aggression. So that's the same thing with us individually. Where are you operating from right now? Are you operating from your cliphotic tree? Or are you operating from your tree of life? Are you operating from the tree of death? Where you operate? What's your operating system right now? Are you iOS, or are you fucking Safari and shit like that? What operating system are you operating from? So once you begin to understand these little bits and pieces, your componentry of your machine, you'll be able to fix it. But that first process is admitting where you at and admitting to the shit that you constantly do that shows no progress. That's mirror work. That's real shadow work. Go look at yourself in a mirror. Your image in the mirror is a shadow. Go look at yourself in the mirror and talk to yourself like, yo, man, you need to fucking get it together, dude. Because now you become the internal looking at the external and you're correcting it. So now you're the observer working on your outer componentry. It may sound crazy, but that's how you talk to your subconscious mind. Because you are what? A fucking image.
Yes.
You're a symbol.
Yes.
And how do you talk to the subconscious mind? Through images and symbols.
Yes. The subconscious mind does not respond to logic. It doesn't respond to logic.
That shit kills you. The subconscious, that's where you get these beasts. You come over there thinking that this lion, you know how dumbass people be doing, making shows, they be living with the lions and shit like that. Well, you know, sometimes the lions really don't like you coming over there with this man shit. Let me go ahead and nibble on you a little bit to let you know, don't come over here with that motherfucking logic shit, man.
Like that dude swimming in the pool of crocodiles, and when I'm snapping his arm real quick.
Let me go ahead and taste this motherfucker right here. Since you over here.
Right. The subconscious mind does not respond to logic. And that's the problem with these affirmations. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a way to make them work, but it's not going to just be you talking like
you're gonna have to do some shit with that.
Right. Right.
You're gonna have to use your finger to draw the circle and the motherfucking cross. You're gonna have to stab through the middle of that shit. You're gonna have to do something.
Drag it around, make the circle. You're gonna have to go through the process.
You can't just stand there. Oh, I call you from the deep. Hocus Pocus, man. You're gonna be just like this dude down here, got the Bible, went into the motherfucking little lake over there and thought the alligator was not gonna end his motherfucking whole life. The last thing you heard was, oh!
God made nature, and nature works in a specific way. That's on you for testing it out like that. God says, don't tempt me. It's in the Bible. Man shall not tempt the Lord thy God. That's
common sense shit. Nigga, ain't nobody trying to go over there with them fucking alligators, dickhead. You know what they do all day.
For those of you who want to jump in alligator lakes and travel to the Sentinelese Island, where they have bows and arrows waiting for you, thou shalt not tempt the Lord thy God.
Go on over there with them dudes. I don't care how much melanin you got, and you think that these are your ancestors over there.
They're gonna show you some
They gonna send you to the ancestral realm.
Right. Free ticket. As soon as they see you, as soon as they see anything coming, they're at the ready.
It's an attack.
It's a line of them at the beach.
So
At the
think
ready.
about. So now we'll equivalate that to the subconscious, and you don't think that your mind is that intelligent enough to concoct some shit to fucking deter you from going any further in your spiritual path. You don't think your mind is that intelligent
That's good. That's
to
good.
make you think your kundalini rose up. Your
Right.
mind ain't that intelligent to fool you. When you know goddamn well all you did was nothing and made yourself feel so amped up.
That's
This Oshun energy is hitting, you know what I'm saying? You see, I'm gonna just be as it is, because so many sisters with the yellow on, Oshun energy, and you standing there in the fucking water with your shoes off with waist beads and cowrie shells on your ankle. Where the fuck is this? That's Oshun energy? Because you got on yellow and you standing in the lake and you doing nothing else?
with the waist beads on.
Or waist beads.
Looks good. Don't get me wrong.
It's beautiful. I love them. I love the sisters.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, don't fool yourself into thinking it's that fucking easy. That's all you got to do is just some basic shit like that. You won't even let no nigga approach you on some garbage shit like that and think he about to pull you without no extra work. But you're gonna go to what you call a deity and do nothing but just visit the lake.
Imagine you hanging around this female, you about to approach her, but you waiting, and then you come up to her. Can you tell me the time? And she looks at her phone and says 11:11. Oh, it was destined for us to meet.
Yes.
Really? That's that. I saw you over there for 20 minutes, and that's what you were waiting on. Imagine that.
There's people who are doing that right there. I'm done, yo. I'm dead on that shit. That shit is crazy.
I tried it once.
Nigga waiting till 11:11.
But no, that was a powerful analogy, and I hope, hell, I might have to take that one from you. As far as these alligators and them islanders, that's the subconscious. Honestly, that's the ego. That's the ego.
Yeah.
So you try to approach the subconscious mind, but you got a whole army of sentinelese with African spears and bows and arrows waiting for you.
And all Jung and Carl Jung would just say those are personalities. Those are aspects of the self that have made themselves present within the awakened world. That's when you get into psychosis or split personality. Somebody's subconscious mind has made its appearance known in the conscious world, and it's not the same activity as it would be as a conscious activity. It seems to be odd and out of order. I've experienced people go completely nuts from starting to read information and starting to ingest it too fast, not giving themselves time to ponder.
Yeah.
You're supposed to read. I do a lot of studying, a lot of reading. But you know what I do a lot of too? Pondering.
Mm-hmm.
Days after I fucking read the shit, I just don't sit and be like, oh shit, this is mad truth. No, I got to sit back and ponder this shit.
Yeah.
To make sure I didn't just get hocus pocus and it freaking stirred up my ahamkara or stirred up some memory just because it made me feel good.
Right.
It could have been a total lie.
It's a part of learning too. Like, so I also study how to teach and how humans learn. And there's a part where you do accumulate data, but there comes a time where you need to separate from that accumulation stage, and you need to let it congeal and digest, and you need to let the subconscious mind work it out. And what you find doing a study is that a lot of these geniuses, when they came up with their inventions, they weren't hard at work at their desk. They were sleeping, drawing, painting, on the lake fishing. They were doing something else, and the idea came to them.
You have to ponder. You have to ponder nature. Once you, which is another part of the magical personality, is being within nature and letting Mother Nature communicate with you at different times. Go out into areas where they make you feel some kind of way, and then ponder, why do I feel like this when I come over here? You gotta ponder the data that you come in. It ain't no different. Remember when computers were a little bit slower a couple years ago? When you start uploading too much shit, the fan gonna kick in on that shit. Then it's gonna slow down because you didn't download it too much information in here, and it needs a little bit of time to what? To put it and compartmentalize it. So that's basically pondering it. And then if you want to know what component, that's when we had to defrag our computers and shit like that. Those who know how to fix it, because it had too much useless information taking up room. So that's how most people are. They're like a computer, just taking in information, not pondering it or being discriminative. They're not being discriminative, and they're not getting rid of what's not used or that's not useful and keeping what is useful. No, they're taking in every fucking thing.
Fan running hot.
We say getting hot. But this is good, Trav, man. We had it's a good place right now in the world. Everybody basically, you should be comfortable within yourself right now. Trav then gave the Pomodoro technique. That right there is the process of you pondering. You read for a good 20, you know what I'm saying, whatever anybody want to start, man. You read for a good 20 minutes if that's what you can do. And you do take the 5 minutes to do something totally different from that reading. That right there gives your inner computer enough time to fucking to take this shit apart.
Right.
Then you go back, you dig in some more, you go in strong for an hour, and then you done. Later on that night, you may sit back and be like, oh, yeah, that was a good point in that book. Because now you're going to have time to what? Contemplate what you read.
Because the thing that we have to remember also that I had to, just kind of put in perspective, it's not the logical mind, it's not the conscious mind that's dissecting this info. The conscious mind is simply gathering it in to put to the subconscious. Your subconscious is doing all the work, right? Before I thought, I had to read this stuff and memorize it. No. I just need to get it into my subconscious mind, let it marinate so I understand it. Now I'm able to apply it to my life. That's the whole point of reading for that block of time, and then taking that short block of time to do something completely different. Not think about what you read, not make notes. Go do something else. Play around a Candy Crush real quick. Do something else.
You know how many pictures your eye takes a second? We think we're seeing one solid image in front of us. Yeah. We're seeing millions, we're seeing pixels all formulated together. So think about, if you look at a page of a book and you see the words and you didn't read it, your fucking mind read that shit.
Fan burning hot.
You just didn't consciously sit and read it. But the split second that you looked at that page with all the words, your subconscious mind read that whole fucking page.
All those pictures that we're taking every moment. That's why I keep these things around me all the time.
Yeah.
To the subconscious mind through symbols, through images. And if the subconscious mind has a solid definition of these symbols, you're speaking to yourself at all times.
Yeah.
I try to leave as little to chance as possible as far as what's in my environment. As little to chance as possible.
That's the most important thing. You're right, Trey. Having your those are portals. I'll consider those are portals too. Those are objects that work with your mind to open it up to where you need to see It's like looking through a moon roof. You get a snapshot of a particular area where in space. So when you look over there and you see that unicorn, that takes you to a specific realm of consciousness.
It's like a reference point.
A reference point, yes, sir.
Yeah.
A reference point. That makes perfect sense.
I don't want to sound weird and woo, but it like I literally take it to those levels of seriousness. And here's the thing that Durana Darshan should have taught you, or will teach you if you're still practicing it. You can penetrate a symbol so deep that it starts communicating back to you. And that's what we're trying to do here. We're trying to connect with these symbols so deeply that they reveal their secrets to us.
You know why? Because that you're not even seeing that you're not seeing the symbol no more. You've gone back to where that came from.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The idea of someone forming that into a unicorn, that idea came from somewhere.
Right.
So now when you contemplate it enough, or you use that shit as some Trataka method, or like Stuff just said, your reference point, you going directly to the fucking source. That's me personally. I want to go directly to source now.
Yeah.
I still read books and stuff, but I'm looking to empower myself to the point where I can take my trance level, and I'm directly consciously aware that I'm in source, and I can consciously communicate and get exactly all that I need. Like the fucking Matrix when they plugged his ass up and he said, I know Kung Fu now. And that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get that shit downloaded direct.
Yeah. We've got
not easy.
We got the keys in our hands of how to make that possible. I don't know if it's the it is the same text that we're reading. Massive drop was the process of lowering the conscious and raising the subconscious so that it's an equilibrium.
Yeah.
That's, if you structure your ritual, if you structure your practice and your process, knowing what you're doing, it makes everything work so much better. It's like, okay, that's why I'm staring into the candle. That's why I got these sigils in front of me.
See, and that's what makes your school important, Trav, because you're going to teach that. Mm-hmm. You're going to teach it exact. You're going to go directly into the actual practice without, I don't want to call it fluff, but we had to study multiple different things to come to get to that point of knowing this specific technique. You're giving the people, it's streamlined.
Yeah.
And you can get whatever, because every school gives you something, a manual, they give you classroom textbooks, they give you shit. So that's what you get. You're just not gonna give you money and get nothing but words. You're gonna have some shit to fucking study.
Right. You're gonna get homework. Like I said, I linked up with a producer. They're gonna be producing manuals for me and all that stuff. I'm sending it all out. It's gonna be fun. A lot of fun.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna go ahead and check out myself because I gotta be a parent tomorrow. It's a whole bunch of school kicks in Tuesday, so I gotta go do orientation for 2 of my daughters tomorrow. So
it's that time again.
That's that time again. Already that swiftly. They seem to be happy with it. You know what I mean? I told them that, you know what I'm saying, this is the year to really, you can take, I teach them, you know what I'm saying, from their level of understanding the same shit we talk about. Taking control of yourself and your environment. You don't have to go to school and be no follower. You can set the trends. I tell them all the time, be a nerd, man. Nerd up. Get you some Hindi friends. Get you some Chinese friends. The kid who getting A's in school, learn what their technique is.
Right. Model them. Figure out what they do.
Model them. You know what I'm saying? So it's just, we got to be able to talk to our kids and help them understand their greatness and their power too on their level. that's another thing that, you know, this stuff ain't just for me. I got children, you know what I'm saying? I got a 25-year-old daughter. You know what I mean? And she thanks me all the time for always being in communication with her. And I got a 16-year-old down to a fucking 1-year-old. So I got to be able to teach this information to them so that they know that this world isn't what they feel. Because, you know, they having girls, they always in the feelings.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
And then my adopted son, you know, he won. So he really getting it together. So I got to help him understand, because you got to think he's an incarnation. So he coming with his own bullshit, as we all come with it being born. But now he has an opportunity to be amongst someone that will help him understand himself. So that's a whole nother thing about learning these techniques and processes. You become an instructor to your family.
Yeah.
I'm a firm believer in not hiding nothing and being decent to your family. Like if your own family ain't rocking with you with this, or have some, or they can't come to you for counseling, then either one way you're gonna have to just get away from them, or two, you're gonna have to figure out like, yo, I'm trying to be useful. You know what I'm saying? So everybody, I just encourage everybody, man, you got to keep at it. You know what I'm saying? Don't think that that this shit don't work, or don't get to the point of doubt. Because once you start doubting, then you're gonna have to start all over.
Yeah.
And that's gonna suck so bad.
There's the thing, like when that doubt creeps in, you got to know how to handle it. Because if you don't know how to handle it, it's going to start growing. And that's why you say you got to start all over, because now you got to undo all that mess that's grown.
I just now made the picture on my screen bigger, and I looked at all my trash in the back. I'm in my man cave. I didn't move. I got so much trash stacked up in the back. I didn't even notice that shit. It literally looks like I'm in a cave right now.
Yeah, you got the curved. I've been wanting to ask, like, what's going on? Like, why is it curved? Is it a dome?
That's how the ceiling is. So when I insulated it and put, you know what I'm saying, a wall, then that's just, I had just 3 pieces, 2 on the sides and then, you know, 1 in the middle. So it's just, you know, like a little swerve like that. It's like a little house. They call them handy houses. I didn't freaking insulated this thing, put some air conditioning here, electricity and all of that. So I come in here and chill out, burn one, do some reading, sit by myself. I'm a firm believer in that too. Man has to have his own space.
Absolutely.
You love your family and everything, but you got to separate. You got to go somewhere. You got to have your time to think.
Absolutely.
The subconscious works on that too. Going to different areas and thinking. Once you start being in the same place all the time, now that continuation of being in that same environment, your subconscious, it's not learning anything new. It falls into a comfort zone. Mm-hmm. So we got to be able to get out of our comfort zone as well with our learning and our advancement towards higher spiritual, or as Sadhguru call it, your inner engineering. So I'm gonna check out, man. Everybody, have a good week, man.
All right, Shango. Great.
Keep it up. Keep it up, Trav. You know what I'm saying? You're doing the right thing, bro. There ain't too many people that's on your and not that you saying you're on another level or whatever, but just to use that phrase, there's really not too many people on your level. You understand what I'm saying? There's no many people studying and presenting information that's when you. What the whole thing is, keep their eyes open. You will see soon. So there's a couple of cats out there right now floating around, and they're real subtly trying to drop some yoga stuff and some stuff here and there. It's real subtle though.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because they watching Trav and shit like that. So, but you doing the right thing, man. Because people need it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right now, I think we are 2021.
Moving to 2022 very quickly.
Quickly, it's already August, man.
We're over halfway.
We a year deep into the scare tactic of the, the COVID. Not saying that it's not a reality. People obviously getting sick from something.
Yeah.
But boy, it's been also a big game with that. We a year, damn near 2 years into that. So all we can do is keep raising our frequency up, opening our minds up to go, like I said, get information from source and keep it moving. So on that, I'm gonna just say peace, man.
All right, bro. Peace.
Peace out, y'all.
Peace.
I'm excited. I think that by the end of the day, I might be able to approach these developers and make a decision. I appreciate you guys donating. I really do. Between the GoFundMe and the Cash App, I think that I'm about to reach the threshold. I might be able to go ahead and get these guys started on building tomorrow. I didn't expect it to happen this fast. Wow.
That's awesome.
Wow. I put it up before I started this meeting. I thought maybe after a couple of days, maybe even weeks, you know what I'm saying, people start donating, but y'all ready to go. So that inspires me. So now I know I need to keep going at this pace, if not even more.
Remember what I said before? It's like, man, something be pulling you.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like you're being pulled, to do it. And you got to be ready for what's around the next corner. That's awesome.
I'm ready. And y'all are showing me that y'all are ready. I mean, so it's just all flowing together. Golly, this is amazing. This is just amazing. I'm a lot delayed reaction when it comes to stuff like this. So probably after the stream, I'm gonna be fucking super excited, dancing around and shit. This is about to happen.
Gratitude in full effect.
Man, oh man. Oh my God. It's a beautiful day. Ay, ay, ay.
So it's getting done.
Yes. So I guess I need to go ahead and get all my ideas concretized in physical form now. It's like I mentioned a bit earlier, or like Shango mentioned about manual and stuff, you know. I'm gonna have some documents that are gonna be sent out, and I'm thinking that I'm not necessarily gonna sell them. I think it's just gonna be within this group, just people in this group who are willing to be a part of it. So it's like people here are gonna get firsthand information that's not gonna be anywhere else. See, I don't think I'm gonna do any PDFs because I already know how that game goes.
That end up on the internet.
End up everywhere. Not only that, but
Yeah.
I feel like, and it might just be me, but I don't think people really read PDFs. Like very few. I think a small percentage of people actually read PDFs to the end.
You know, it's kind of hard. They're kind of hard to read. It's kind of hard to stay focused on.
That's why I don't read PDFs.
Yeah, they can be a lot. Well, congratulations, man. I mean, I can't wait to see it come to full fruition. It sounds great, and I can't wait to be a part of it.
Yes, yes. Thank you. It's coming. It's coming along. So I'm excited. Looks like I'm already gonna have a first crew of people to go through the program for the first time, and we'll be able to gauge everybody's results and see how we're doing, and see if there's something in the system that may not work for everybody, or maybe see something that I might have missed that does work. I mean, like, there's a lot of cool things that are going to go on with the first class.
Have you already started to take enrollment and stuff like that?
Well, today. Today.
Where do I find the information at? I was looking in the chat. I saw some of it. I saw a couple of things going on. Was that the GoFundMe that was going by?
Yeah, if you go to the GoFundMe, I wrote some information there. So far, I'm gonna be making a video to go into everything more clearly, but honestly, I should have put this up a while ago, but I kind of just did it as like, yo, you got to do it today. It's Lionsgate. It needs to be done today. Go ahead and do it. You can always improve on it later, but go ahead and do it. But I just got some of the details on there. I'll be fleshing out in more detail what's to be expected. But yeah, essentially the way this works is that the app is going to be like a long-term training system just for like a daily regimen. Like if you're working out, you know what I'm saying? It's not like you do push-ups once and you're done. It's something that you do repeatedly to improve those particular sets of muscles. So the app itself is going to be a set of programs that can be done to keep yourself in spiritual shape. Now, for those people who want to take it a step further, there's going to be these classes that are going to be offered to get deeper in specific subjects. So if you choose to go further and do that, then that's going to be the choice. So right now, the first class that I'm offering is it's listed there in the GoFundMe.
Okay.
And then of course there's another level where I'm offering where people can get the first 3 classes. And I've mentioned them on my videos. I think I mentioned a bit earlier also, where basically it's going to be the inner light activation system. It's going to be the evocation of spirits, and then some of the higher the high magic advanced concepts. And then later on, we're definitely going to get Kristen in here working on a few different courses for Vedic astrology, because Vedic astrology is vast. I got somebody that I'm working with that's going to be teaching tarot. Going to have somebody going specifically into what's it called? Servitors and egregors and that kind of thing. So just a couple of things. That's another thing I wanted, not just me, but I wanted to kind of bring in different teachers to give their particular methodology and techniques and stuff like that. So it's not like all about me. I wanted to kind of have like actual school with different teachers. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the future of it, but we start right here, right now.
That's sweet.
So good, so good. Yeah. So it's gonna be a combination of video, combination of audio. There's gonna be some actual literature. There's gonna be some tools that I'm sending out to be used. I'm not talking about candles. You can bring your own candles. But I got some other tools. I don't really want to spill the beans just yet, but there's something that's actually, well, I don't want to say not sold on Amazon, but there's a particular set of tools that the Golden Dawn used that they were selling, and then they stopped selling them. I can only imagine why. And you can't really find them anywhere else except for very expensive. But I've created my own. Like I said, I'm working with a producer to make a bunch of these so I can distribute them out to the people who want to be a part of this.
That's sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah, my son did. We signed him up for online classes because we never put him in school. So they just sent him his box of information and all of his books and everything. And he had an unboxing of it and he was so excited about it, you know what I mean? But so I understand exactly what you're saying. So it's gonna be a true course.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, shoot, you just gave me an idea. I need to send out boxes with t-shirts and all kind of different stuff in there. Might get some highlighters and a unicorn pin, deck of tarot cards or something like that. I don't know. I'll put together something. Aside
It's
from
7 o'clock.
Thanks, Maxine. Aside from what I've already got planned to send out.
Yeah, people be doing unboxing videos or they Mages Academy set up. That'll be dope.
Oh man. Oh man.
I could just see it.
Yep. That's what I'm gonna do. That's what I'm gonna do.
Well, shit, let me go sign up. I'm trying to queue my thing up so I can go sign up myself.
Okay. Let's see. I put the link in the GoFundMe. I can put it in the YouTube chat. I can put it here in the Zoom chat. Good stuff.
Okay, yeah, I'll figure this out. I just pulled it up.
Okay. All right. Well, I know we didn't really go too deep into the pages of this book, but I mean, we still stayed on topic, you know. Chapter 2 basically went over an overview of the different spheres on the tree of life. And the fact that they all correlate with each other. I mean, I think we actually did touch on a lot of these subjects, just in a slightly different way. But for this next Sunday, we're going to go over chapter 3. And it's a little bit longer. Not too much longer. But this is going to tap into the Tatwas in relation to the tree. And this is what I really wanted to get into. It's going to get into how the tree of life deals with past, present, and future. But yeah.
Yeah, I never saw that anywhere else.
Yeah, me neither. But this is also going to play a very important part in what I'm going to be teaching. Yeah, Shanga was certainly right about another thing, how the spiritual work, it actually does take a lot of energy. And one of the necessary aspects of the inner development is to learn how to harness a different kind of energy besides just eating food. You got to learn how to harness a new type of energy. And really that's the only way, especially if you're going to diminish the physical food. You know, I only eat maybe once every 2 days, if that. Like, I don't eat very much at all. So I have to pull my energy from another source. But that has to be learned before you start fasting. I mean, you learn it through fasting, honestly, but spiritual power takes a lot of energy, and usually energy of a different source. The energy that you get from food is insufficient to really keep up with higher level spiritual work. But definitely the quality of food has everything to do with the type of energy you get, not the quantity of food. It's the quality.
It makes sense.
I know that definitely explains why I always get so tired after these live streams.
Takes a lot of your if you only eating once every couple of days, yeah, it taking a lot of your storage up to put this out. It's a lot of mental energy, you know, and you got to set it up. You know what I mean? You gotta go through the processes and do everything. You know, it's all you right here, man.
Yeah.
It's all you. I commend you on it. I don't know if I'd had the stamina, you know.
Appreciate you.
But I knew if I was looking for something like this, that it would show itself, though. You know what I'm saying? So that's awesome, man. That's really awesome.
Yeah, I'm super excited because it's really about to go into a new place. Like I can't compare it to something else. At least nothing similar. Like I said, I can maybe compare it to like a fitness app or something like that, but it's really much more than that. And I don't know, I'm just excited because I'm receiving this. You know what I'm saying? I'm not just planning it, I'm receiving it. So I honestly don't know what all is in store. But I trust the source that I'm receiving it from because I've been working with these energies for quite a while. They've literally never let me down.
Confirmation seems to be coming too from I mean, even I can see it, and I'm not even in your world, but I see, you know, the confirmation you know, that this should and will happen. You know, and I'm not even sitting in your seat, so I could only imagine the synchronicities and confirmations that you receiving.
Yeah. Even to the point where just like I want to say last night or 2 nights ago, both of the groups that I'll choosing to work with, the technicians, both of them decided to lower their prices, and I've been scouting with them for quite a while. They both decided to lower their prices. I don't know where that came. Well, I know where that came from, but surprises around every corner. This is exciting.
Yet another confirmation.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
So on the GoFundMe, do they have the different tiers on there, or or is it just like a pure donation type of thing?
It's a pure donation setup, but what I have listed in the description towards the bottom is the 3 tiers that, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 tiers that I have just kind of put together and labeled out. Like I thought it was gonna kind of be like Patreon where you can set it that way, but they do it differently, I guess. So maybe if people wanted to donate a little bit now, a little bit later on, like I saw that somebody did.
Okay. Okay. I had to put it in and read more.
Thank you, Mr. Gardner. I appreciate you. God bless you, Sunshine Chick. Thank you. Yeah, man, I love it. I love it. And I just want people to see like all of this donation is you're going to see what's becoming of it. You know what I'm saying? It's not just disappearing off into the distance. Like I want to give everybody something tangible that they can actually see what's being created here. Yes, yes, y'all. And you don't stop. Miss Black, thank you again. Thank you so very much. Mr. Martinez, I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Anderson, thank you very much. Miss Williams, thank you. Mr. Holiday, thank you. Miss John, I appreciate you. Thank you. Miss Kendra, thank you. Mr. Slaughter, I appreciate you. Thank you. Mr. Peace, thank you very much. Miss Archaga, I definitely appreciate you. Yeah, I think that I'll be contacting my producers tonight and let them know what my decision is. This is about to move forward. I didn't think it's gonna happen this fast. But here we go. Here we go.
So I don't have to sign in to donate.
I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think so.
I don't think so either. I think I'm going through the process right now.
Okay. See, they're gonna think that I was just sitting around trying to negotiate, and make them drop their prices, but little do they know, everything just happened according to plan. This is beautiful. It's going down. This is manifesting. This is manifesting.
Yeah, I'll figure this out because it's telling me there's an error or something.
All right.
What's that about, man? I'm sorry. I was thinking out loud. I was trying to go and through the process, but it was telling me there was an error to enter my information, but it didn't give me anywhere to enter it into. I'll figure it out.
All good. All good. Yeah, man. All right. So I need to all right, I guess I need to go ahead and start working on the next stage because I thought this might have took at least a week, but I guess it's time to move forward. Not too much farther from now. All right. This is good. This is good.
All right, I figured
All right. I mean, yeah, if you need to do it a different way, then you know, we can connect offline here in a moment.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that sounds good.
Thank you, Straight Panther. Yeah, I wasn't sure, so I was just going off the names. That's all. Shango Thunder. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. We're about to do this thing. We're about to do this thing. We're about to do this thing. Shango, I don't know if you have already or not, but send me an email. Send me an email. And so I can keep in touch with you here. So I know I've got you here on YouTube, but I'm not sure if I've got you off of YouTube. So I want to keep track of everybody who donated a certain amount so that I can send out what I am sending out to people who are donating at a certain level. So hit me up. My email address should be underneath the video, but otherwise it's travismages777@gmail.com. So I want to make sure everybody gets what it is that they're expecting to get and more, because I love to over deliver.
Yeah, I'll hit you up on Instagram and we can figure it out because for some reason they won't let me sign up. They don't want me to be great. But I'll figure it out. Yeah. So yeah.
Yeah, like I said, if it don't go through that way, we got a different way we could do it as well.
All right.
All right. Everybody, next week we're gonna be focused on chapter 3, art and practice of Kabbalah magic. I mentioned it before in case you don't know, because you never know. There's always new people. If you don't have this book and you're not able to get this book, I recommend getting the physical copy. But if you're not able to, just type it in on YouTube. I've done the audio book. You can hear it. You can also download the PDF from that very same video. But next week, I'd like to focus on chapter 3, where it's going into the relation of the Tatwas with the tree and the relations to time as far as past, present, and future. So that's the focus. And also stay tuned because now I'm moving forward with step 2 of working on this app. So yeah, it's definitely moving. All right. So is there anything else that anybody else would like to present or ask or anything like that in the chat or stuff?
No, I'm good, man. I appreciate today.
Me too. This was a good one. This is a good one. They usually are.
Yeah, this is my highlight of the week, man. I look forward to this. I have this time slotted blocked out with my family, so I don't really have a lot of interruptions. They know what I do on Sundays. So
Awesome.
yeah. But yeah, man, I'll let you get to work. I appreciate it, man. And I shall see you next week.
All right. I appreciate you.
No doubt. And I'm gonna send you I'll hit you up on Instagram real quick and we can figure that out.
Okay.
No doubt. All right, man.
All right. Makis, I appreciate you. Thank you.
Peace.
Good day. just checking here because I see that there's a wow. Al Dickey, I appreciate you. Thank you. All right. So yeah, that just shows me it's time to get to work. It's time to get to work. Time to get to work. I'm with it. I am with it. Now it's my turn to deliver. Wow. 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 Okay, so look, you guys are just gonna hear me saying wow and being all excited for the next 20 minutes. So let me go ahead and cut this camera off because yo, we're about to take this thing to the moon and beyond. We're about to take this thing far. So look, and it's necessary too. It's very necessary because the thing is, you know, let's face it, we all want to make this place a better place to live for ourselves and for our loved ones. You know, we all want that. So the best way to do that isn't to go out here and try to hurt anybody or try to force anybody to change their rules or none of that stuff. The best way to make this world a better place is to start with ourselves. All right. Now I know that this magic stuff, it's interesting, it's cool, it's fun. We talk about working with spirits, we talk about meditation, talk about all these different things. But in truth, from the very beginning, the first part of magical practice was to work on the self. Man, know thyself. And that's actually a Latin phrase that's been translated into English, know thyself. So I didn't start with somebody on YouTube. That's how it goes. So once again, that quote that we mentioned earlier was character training is the purposive re-education of both the conscious and the subconscious minds. And it's that key right there that makes all this work. So if we want to change the world, make it a better place for ourselves and the people that we love, we start with the purposeful re-education of our own conscious mind and our ego, as well as our subconscious mind. And we know that spirituality and the occult teaches us how to re-educate the subconscious mind. But with all these different books, all these different teachers, we're having to go from here to there and, you know, really search and scrounge for all this different information. Then we've got to test what works, try this, try that. And there's a lot of time being spent in the process. So what my goal and the goal of this Magick Society and this Magick Academy is to take all that information and to condense it into one place. So a true seeker like yourself can come here, go through the process without wasting time. Look, I've been doing this for 20 years plus, for real. That was when I bought my first occult book and when I first started doing my own rituals, my own experimentations. I've been through it all. I tried the love spells, right? I tried the demons to try to hurt people or try to get rich. Like I went through that whole stage. Like I suffered, I lost things, I gained things. I went through all that. And then after a while, I started noticing the patterns. I started noticing what was working, what was helping. I started noticing what I could actually do regularly and get results, right? As a marketer, what we like to talk about is you want to have an ad where you put in $1 and it gives you $2, which means I can craft this ad, say it's a Facebook ad for someone else who's selling their products, and I can make an ad for them because I know language and how to, you know, work with things. I say I make them an ad and they give me $100 to put in their ad account. And I put that money in there and they're able to get a bunch of customers to where they're able to end up with $200. So now they give me 500 and they come back with 1,000. You see what I'm saying? You want to streamline.
Excuse me, was practicing this at work. And also what came to mind was a disciplined mind.
Yeah. So you want to streamline your process to where what you put in, you can predict that you're going to get out. And that's what I found as far as different techniques and mindsets and frameworks when it comes to spirituality. I found a process where if you do X, you're going to get Y. It's not a guess. It's not me trying to sound cool. Here it is. And here's the thing. Most of these processes I stumbled across, and then I found that they were already existing processes perfected long ago. That's why I say I didn't make any of this stuff up. That's why we're going back to the Vedic. That's why we're talking about the East and India and yoga and all this other stuff, because these are processes that work, and they work to purposely re-educate the conscious mind and the subconscious mind. Because what I was saying before is that all of the spirituality directly depends on your personal relationship with your subconscious mind. Now, it's one thing to know that, it's another thing to do that. So what I am sharing here, what I'm teaching here, and what's going on with this school is that this is going to show you the best way, the easiest way. And when I say easy, I don't mean it's like, ooh, I mean like you're not going to suffer and you're not going to waste time. You're not going to have to buy thousands of dollars of books like I have. I've legit bought thousands of dollars of books, and you've seen it. You've seen it. I spent that much in the past year. You don't have to do that unless you want to. And I, by all means, don't let me stop you. I want you to read. I want you to do your own study. Please do that. But I've gone ahead and found the methods and the techniques that work, right? And so with this app, with this school, with this training system, it is designed in such a way to teach you and show you the patterns and the frameworks that I've found that work for me every time, to where I'm able to put $1 in and get $2 out, right? If you had that machine where you could put $1 in and get $2 out, you put all your money in there, right? Because it's going to double your money. Then you turn around and put it back in there, right? So just take that to the spiritual realm. This is what I'm doing. I'm working with these frameworks where if you do this, you're going to get that, right? That's what this app is all about. That's what this app is all about. So for those who want to go through the first class of me teaching specifically the first set of frameworks, that's what that $300 level is. You're going to be involved in the first class of people that I'm going to be working with hands-on, face-to-face. It's going to be me just like this right here, but it's going to be private through the app. And I'm going to be working with you, answering your questions, helping you out, giving you homework to do, right? Asking you questions. I want to gauge your understanding, right? I don't want to just throw a bunch of words at you. I want to know where you're at and then work with you from where you're at to get you to where you want to go. All right. And like I said, there's going to be homework. There's going to be training materials. There's going to be tools that will be used to develop psychic ability. And it's not like a fantasy. Like, this stuff is legit real. That's what these secret societies were here doing behind the scenes. They were developing and perfecting these clear senses. And now I've come across the documents that enable one to do such things. And I am now authorized to share those things. But it can't be done in just a public haphazard way. It has to be done through a system like this, which is why we're moving in this direction. So that's something you want to be a part of. Hit the link that is here that I've pinned to the top, the Magick app. You can donate on the GoFundMe. If you want to be a part of the first class, then there's a level for that. If you want to donate just to see this manifest and show your support, I highly respect and appreciate that. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. And don't think that I forgot about the Goetia. Yes, that's coming as well. But in my experience, it's going to be so much better for you to work on yourself and purify that personality before we start getting into summoning the demons, right? And yeah, we'll be getting into astral projection. We'll be getting into all the hot shit, all of it. All right. So go ahead, drink my healthy green drink, and I'm going to get my unicorn pen. And I'm going to take to the drawing board, which I have here with all my notes and documents for this program that I'm setting up for you guys to enjoy. All right. So I guess that's that for now. For now. It's never over. But I do need to go back to the real world so I can start working on this stuff. Goodness gracious. Who loves orange soda? So do we need to donate 300 to be in the first class? Yes. That's going to cover the fees for the first class and the manual that I'll be sending out, as well as the training materials. And we will be having weekly sessions just like this one, to where, pretty much you're going to do your work on your end, And then we're going to meet back up in class and talk about what you've experienced. And if you need some tuning up or help or advice or questions or whatever, we're going to have a space to talk about that, as well as everyone else in the group sharing their experiences. So it's going to be a group deal. Honestly, it's worth a whole lot more than 300, but the reason I'm pricing it that low is because I want you guys who are already, you know what I'm saying, supporting and already here to have a chance at getting in this thing. Because obviously I'm going to start opening this to the world at large. But first, that's why I'm calling it the first class. First, I'm opening it to you guys here. I want to go through the process hands-on with people that I know, that I already trust, and yeah, pretty much perfect the system. Then after that, I'm gonna roll it out to the general public at a higher price, because I want people to come with respect. You know what I'm saying? Not respect to me, but respect to their own time, right? If this was just like $10, people wouldn't respect it. Damn sure wouldn't finish it. But he says, when's the deadline? All right, so I would like to see a certain number of individuals sign up for the class by the end of this month so that we can start it next month. If we don't get that certain number of people, then we may push that number back to October. But as long as it's, you know, between the next 2 months, you should be fine. It's going to be a group project, and I want everyone to start at the same time. So once we get a certain number of people, and I haven't quite decided which number, it's between a range because of the printed materials and the different things that are going to be sent out, you know, and I want everybody to get everything at the same time so we can all start at the same time. But yeah, just kind of think within the next month or two. But yeah, right now the projected start for the first class will be September. Like I said, if need be, we can push it back to October. And then a month after the first class, we're going to expand it a bit more. And then after that, we'll expand it a bit more. But yeah, man. Yeah, man. All right, so I'm about to roll out. If anybody else has anything else to say. Here we go again. But again, I appreciate you guys. I appreciate everybody. Thank you. Thank you. There's you know, so much information, so much data that I've been giving out for the past couple of years that can get you there. You know, I've recommended book after book after book, technique after technique after technique. This is really the first thing that I've, you know, done like this. So yeah. All right. I'm gonna roll out. Oh, cool. You can make polls in the chat. I did not know that. I'll make a poll right now. Do you love unicorns? This is a test. This is only a test. I am Malachi says, I'm still on the Cabballion. Should I still sign up for the class? Absolutely. If this is what you want to do, not if it's not what you want to do. So the reason I say absolutely is because this is going to be a hands-on training. I'll be with you throughout the weeks. So this is going to be video courses as well as one-on-one courses like this. And there's going to be training materials. So you'll be able to ask me questions directly and I'll be able to answer them directly. And I'm not just going to throw you some words to get you to shut up. I'm going to make sure that we have an understanding so that if I ask you a question about how you understand it and you give me an answer, I'm going to ask you about your answer, basically coming to the point where we both know and we're both on the same page. But yeah, if you're not really ready for something like that, I understand. Keep going. But naturally, like I said, the price will go up after this first class. But yeah, follow your heart. Do what you feel that you're prepared for. You know what I'm saying? Do what you feel you're prepared for. All right, according to the poll, looks like 94% of people love unicorns, 6% of the people do not. Stuff dog, I appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah, I think we're here. I think I need to go ahead and contact these developers and let them know I made a decision. I think I know which team I'm gonna go with. Wow, I did not expect this to happen so fast. So thank you guys. Thank you guys. We are ready to go. We are officially ready to go. Wow. Yeah, they gave me a blueprint. They gave me a game plan. They let me know what they can do, what they're capable of, et cetera, et cetera. It was like, yeah, the next step is for you to give us money to make this happen. And yeah, it's time for us to make a little video call here. All right. All right. All right. All right. If you're not able to do the GoFundMe, just hit me up on the Cash App. Just hit me up on the Cash App. All of it's going towards the app. I'm keeping track of it. It's all going towards the app. So, all right, let me get out of here because I keep talking. All right, guys. Thank you again. Thank you again. This is going to a wonderful place. Wow. Yeah, I'm gonna go off and be excited now. So look, this is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. I appreciate you guys. I love you guys. We are growing, we are expanding, we are becoming what we're here to become. So, peace.